Okay. Hello. Welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. That's what I get for not checking mic levels before I start. There's an important button to hit on the audio interface. As I was saying, let's start over. Hello. Welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Adrift on a Sea, hello there to you as well. Silver, good to see you. Silver said I'm here and ready to fend off Grooves. I think it's best that we don't encounter any Grooves at all. I'm not sure that we would survive an encounter, but I'm sure it will happen anyway. Tony, great to see you. Got a notification there might be Mac games here. I love your res edit icon, or emote rather. Also, you heard correctly. Also, it's hilarious that I keep making tiny little mistakes that I absolutely didn't make when no one could hear me. But I hope y'all are doing great. Unsecret Crush, hello from the other room. Good to see you. Thank you for the scream. And Silver, thank you for the heart. I did not have a lot of time to plan for tonight's stream. Because I was kind of waiting until the last minute to figure out my plans for this month because I had no idea if we'd finish either of the games I was playing before MARCHintosh, which is today. During the week I was busy with work stuff all week, and earlier today I was trying to finally figure out exactly what my plans were. I was going to work on a world builder game, and I was going to debut a Mac Break segment, which is like DOS Break, except with Mac games. But then I was like, what if I just played Zork? I kind of just want to play Zork. That sounds really fun. I got this Lost Treasures of Infocom box the other day, and that's got me thinking about Infocom games lately. And I kind of just want to play a game I've played before, and just have fun. I have not played Zork in a really long time. So I have a very old copy of Zork here. Let's switch to my better cam. Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding? What is this? This was working before. This is not my fault. One moment. Let me figure out what's wrong. What? There's no reason for this problem. Everything is correct. I don't understand it. Let me just try again. There we go. That made no sense. I will say, I did have to completely restart my computer. And then after restarting, I forgot to check everything over again. There was some cursed audio happening where everything was delayed by like 15 seconds at least. But anyway, here's my copy of Zork for Macintosh from 1981 or 82, I suppose, or maybe 84. It's got a lot of different years on it. I don't know exactly when we got it, but since it has an 84 date, it was probably at least that late. I don't have most of the packaging, but I do still have the manual, which is great. I always love this logo. Your greatest challenge lies ahead and downwards. An interlogic prose adventure from Infocom. Let me say hello to everyone that just came in. Res Mason, great to see you. MARCHintosh indeed. Silver said, this is me on Wednesday. I had some planned stuff after the announcement and then just decided to check out more Pacific Drive. Nice. I'm glad you did, because that was fun. I enjoyed finally getting to see a bit of that. It's a really interesting and unusual game. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Joey's Bites, hello. It's so funny you're going to play a text adventure. I'm looking at console games for Linux as we speak. Nice. I purchased seats in the Zorkestra pit. Great. It's borked, but now it's Zorked. Yes, exactly. 6-7, good to see you. It is a Zork indeed. Ooh, Tony has the game with box. That is fantastic. Let me give Tony a shout out. Oh, really? No, other things are broken. Okay, there we go. Nope, that's not right. We're almost there. Okay, I'm gonna have to give Tony a manual shout out. I don't know why my app is being weird. That's not how shout outs work. Everything's just cursed tonight. It's fine. What? What? Sorry, now I can't copy and paste apparently. Tony is a great person to follow if you enjoy Macintosh gaming. And Macintosh emotes as well. Lots of good emotes, including some Dark Castle ones. Those are my favorite. Adrift on the Sea says, I have Twitch on dark mode. Am I likely to be eaten by a grue? That's a great question. Sounds a little dangerous. You might want to be careful at least. Wintergreen Doll, thank you. I'm glad you like the keyboard. I made this, it's funny, when I brought up playing Zork, I was talking to Unsecret Crush a little bit ago. She mentioned this keyboard, which I actually put together when I was thinking about playing Zork like an entire year ago. Because just if I'm gonna play Zork for Macintosh, I want like a really good like old school Macintosh keyboard. So this is like, these keycaps are inspired by the Apple shoot, I forget the name of it, Apple extended to something or other. So it was a bit later than the original Macintosh that I had, but still nice Mac vibes. And I'm glad to be finally playing Zork on it, as I planned 1 year ago. I ended up playing Colossal Cave Adventure because I had never played that before, and it seemed like a good place to start streaming text adventures with. Puzzle, great to see you. Zork time indeed. And also Garf time. I do have a Garfield shirt on. Oh. It says, call now, 1-800-DIAL-A-GARF. It also has a great print on the back. But I tried earlier to see if there was any way I could show it on stream without being incredibly awkward, and I can't. So you'll just have to imagine what it's like on the back. Silver says, somehow redoing my stream deck for CDN, and then somehow none of the new profile stuff got saved. Oh no! Everything is cursed. Gotta have clicky clacks for ambiance. Exactly. That was the whole plan. Those key clicks are indeed important, especially in text games, as there's no other audio. Yeah. Although we do have some music going as well from Stream Beats. I thought that would be nice to have on in the background. Look forward to Zork Week on Discovery Channel every year. Nice. Miss my old Apple extended keyboard too so bad. Someday I'll get a new one. I honestly can't remember if I ever had that particular model that everyone loves so much. But I certainly had some similar models, at least. Someone had a replica Commodore 64 keyboard with mechanical keys, and I sincerely thought about it. Nice. Okay, so Zork. As I was saying, this is the original manual that came with this disc, but this is the only other thing I have left. I did also grab, this is the one original Infocom text adventure game that I actually have like the whole package for. I think there was a release that actually had some like physical feelies with it, like things that weren't just printed. So this is probably a little bit later release, but it's still a pretty nice package. And I always love like all their releases had this same like lined background, but like sometimes different colors. And I always thought it was just a fun style. Okay, let's read some instructions here. We don't need to read the warranty though. Nice title page. Instructions are important. Welcome to Zork. Until you've entered the world of Zork, you've never truly adventured underground. That's interesting. It's kind of funny because, Zork was heavily borrowed from Colossal Cave. So apparently, if you've only played Colossal Cave, you haven't truly adventured underground. Both Zork 1 and Zork 2 are designed so that you'll experience their challenges in the most realistic sense. You can communicate in complete sentences rather than two-word commands. Another dig on Colossal Cave, but with the largest vocabulary and widest range of command options in the genre. Because Zork's mysteries are the most intricate you'll ever encounter, it will take your intellectual abilities to survive and emerge victorious from the underground. And because the challenges change with every move you make, each time you re-enter Zork, you'll face new intrigues. Zork 1, the Great Underground Empire, confronts you with perils and predicaments ranging from the mystical to the macabre, as you strive to discover the 20 treasures of Zork and escape with them and your life. That's interesting. I didn't remember that they spelled out a specific number of treasures. Zork 2, the Wizard of Frobaz, takes you into new depths of the subterranean realm. There you'll meet the wizard who will attempt to confound your quest with his capricious powers. Loading Zork. To load Zork, follow the instructions on your reference card. I do not have that, but fortunately I know how to load it. The copyright notice and the serial number will appear, followed by a description of the starting location of the game. West of house. You are standing in an open field west of a white house with a boarded front door. There is a small mailbox here. Whenever you see the prompt, Zork is waiting for you to type in your instructions. When you have finished typing in your instructions, press the return key. Zork will respond, and then the prompt will reappear. Next to the prompt, try typing the following. Open the mailbox. And press the return key. Zork responds with this. Opening the mailbox reveals a leaflet. You may respond to Zork by typing, read the leaflet, and press the return key. Zork cooperates and tells you, taken. Welcome to Zork. Zork is a game of adventure, danger, and low cunning. In it, you will explore some of the most amazing territory ever seen by mortals. No computer should be without one. Read the rules and strategies section for further directions and hints. Talking to Zork. Let me catch up on chat here. Tony says that manual is quite different from the one I have. Mine starts with the Great Underground Empire, a history that has 4 chapters, after which it continues with this part. Yeah, I think that was added later, but I'm not positive. It's also possible this was like, a cheaper re-release where they just, cut out stuff that wasn't crucial to the game. The copyright on the manual is 81, 82, 83. But I have seen some info about releases of the game that included a bunch of stuff that I don't think I ever had with my copy. And I'm pretty sure that was stuff that got added later. Maybe this one is from the gold box release. I'm not sure. Since I don't have the box anymore, a lot of early games that I had, I was pretty young. My parents bought games for me at this point in time, and I have no memory of ever seeing the box for a lot of early games, even though I have a proper disc that's clearly from a commercial release. So I'm sure we had a box that just got tossed out before I ever saw it, or maybe I saw it once and then it got thrown away or something. So yeah, this is all I've got is the disc and the manual, and I don't remember anything else about the version of the game it was with. Talking to Zork. When you play a Zork game, you talk to Zork in plain English, typing in all your requests on your keyboard, and then when you see the prompt. Zork allows you to abbreviate some words, though, because you use them often. When you have finished typing a line, press the return key, and Zork will digest your request. Zork usually acts as though your sentence begins with, I want to, although you should not type those words explicitly. Zork then displays a response that tells you whether what you want to do is possible in the current situation, and if it is, whether anything interesting happens as a result. All the words you type are distinguished by their first 6 letters, and all subsequent letters are ignored. For example, typing "open the encyclopedia" is equivalent to typing "open the encycle," or better still, "open the book." Zork understands many different types of sentences. A sentence must contain a verb and usually an object. Some examples: take the gold, drop gold, pick up gold, put down the gold, go north, north, walk north, in, walk around the house, push button, push the red button, open wooden door, look at the wall, look under rock, look behind curtain, look in bag, read a book, read all of the books, drop all, take all, drop all but the knife. You must separate multiple objects of a verb by the word "and" or a comma. For example, take all but the knife and the lamp. Put the gold and jewels in the trophy case. Throw the newspaper, the red book, and the magazine in the chasm. You can then include several sentences in one input line if you separate them by the word "then" or a period. You don't need to type a period at the end of an input line. For example, take book, period, n, period, drop book, and candle. Take the book, then n, period, drop book, and candle. There are only 2 kinds of questions that Zork understands: what and where. For example, where is the gold? What is a grue? Zork tries to be clever about what you really mean when you don't give enough information. If you say that you want to do something, but you don't say what to do it with or to, Zork will sometimes decide that there was only one possible object you could have meant. When it does so, it will tell you by displaying, for example, parentheses with the rope. If your sentence is ambiguous, Zork will ask what you really meant. Most such questions, for example, with what, can be answered briefly, for example, rope. Zork uses many more words than it understands. Zork's vocabulary consists of several hundred words, which are nearly all you are likely to use when conversing with Zork. However, Zork's responses may tend towards purple prose at times, and Zork will display English descriptions that it couldn't possibly analyze. Indeed, Zork's response may refer to something which you cannot refer, perhaps to your dismay. In that case, it is not essential to the story and appears in Zork's response only to enhance your mental imagery. Completely mystifying sentences will cause Zork to complain in one way or another. After making the complaint, Zork will ignore the rest of the input line. Unusual events, such as being attacked, will also make Zork ignore the rest of the sentences you typed, since the event may have changed your situation drastically. Hello, Ace. Silver says, okay, now I'm pretty sure B believes Robot Spacer to be your friend because she has only jumped on my lap recently during his streams when he's talking. That's wonderful. Hi, B. I hope you're doing great. Rules and strategies. Zork I, the Great Underground Empire. In Zork I, you are near a great underground labyrinth, which is reputed to contain vast quantities of treasure. No doubt, you wish to acquire some of it. In order to receive full credit for treasure, you must deposit it safely in the trophy case. In addition to treasure, the labyrinth contains various objects that may or may not be useful in your attempt to acquire the treasure. You may need sources of light, since caves are often dark, and you don't want to be eaten by a grue. And weapons, since dungeons often have unfriendly beings wandering about in them, like a thief. Reading material is scattered around as well. You might even find some of it useful. Beware of the thief. He is a dastardly, antisocial type and a skilled pickpocket. Watch out for your valuable possessions when he is near. To measure your success, Zork keeps track of your score. You receive points for finding treasure, for securing it in the trophy case, for performing certain actions, and for visiting certain places. There is a penalty for getting yourself killed. In this story, time passes only in response to your input. You might imagine a giant clock that ticks once per move, and the story progresses only at each tick. Nothing happens in the story while you are thinking and planning your next move, so you can plan your move slowly and carefully if you so choose. Concepts for exploring. Some things that you can do with the object in the story are not immediately obvious. Containment. Some objects, called containers, can contain other objects. Some containers can be opened or closed, and some are always open. Some are transparent, and some are not. Most containers have a limited capacity, and all objects have sizes, so that it is possible to fill up containers. Similarly, some objects have surfaces on which other objects can be placed. Fighting. Characters in the story will, as a rule, fight back when attacked. They may, in some cases, attack you unprovoked. Some of these beings are stronger than others. It might be advisable to wait a while before tackling them. Coming off second best in a fight may leave you somewhat worse for wear. You might want to ask Zork to diagnose your physical condition. Vehicles. There are objects in the story that have the ability to transport you to mysterious regions that are inaccessible on foot. Needless to say, you face great personal peril in venturing into such regions. Directions. The passages connecting rooms in the Great Underground Empire sometimes twist and turn unpredictably. You cannot always expect that, after going north, you can return to where you started by going south. Hello, Jabberwocky. Good to see you. Iron in the paper is showing. Yes, it's a bit aged. Commands for exploring. The best way to move from place to place is to type the direction you want to go. Acceptable directions are north or N, south or south, east or E, west or W. I'm not going to bother to read all those, also up or down. When you enter a particular place, Zork calls any kind of place a room. For the first time, Zork usually displays the name of the room, a description of it, and then descriptions of any interesting objects in the room which you might want to interact with. When you return to a room, Zork normally displays just the name of the room and the names of the objects in it. The verbose command tells Zork to show the descriptions of rooms and objects every time you go there, not just the first time. The brief command tells Zork to fully describe only newly encountered rooms and objects as it did initially. For moving through areas you already know well, the super brief command tells Zork to show only the name of the room, even on your first visit there, and not even to mention the objects in the room. You can always get a description of the room you are in and the objects in it by typing look or the abbreviation L. Suggestions for more successful Zork playing. We do wish to be successful. It is essential that you draw a map. I'm prepared for this. Some of the problems in the game, the maze in Zork I, for example, cannot be solved without mapping. Remember that there are 10 possible directions in certain circumstances. Enter, exit, or in, out apply. Read everything carefully. There are clues in some of the descriptions, labels, engravings, and books, etc. Most objects in the game which can be taken are important, either as treasures or for solving problems. Sometimes treasures are also needed to solve problems. Unlike other games in which you may be familiar, there are many possible routes to the successful completion of Zork. There is no correct order for solving problems. Some problems have more than one solution. Also, some solutions have more than one problem, or don't need to be solved at all. It is often helpful to play Zork with another person. Different people find different problems easy and can often complement each other. Don't be afraid to try something bold or strange. You can always save your state first if you want. Trying the bizarre can be fun and often will give you a clue. A nonsense example. Give the caterpillar to the Christmas tree monster. The Christmas tree monster is revolted at the thought of adorning its branches with a caterpillar. You have just learned that there is probably something which would be a decoration pleasing to the monster and possibly a solution to the problem. Oh, okay, I did miss a page. How to quit. If you want to stop playing and never continue from this particular position again, type quit. Zork will respond with your score and ask you to confirm. Type Y next to the prompt and press the return key. If you never want to continue from this particular position again, but you want to keep playing, type restart. If you want to continue playing from this particular position, but at a later time, follow the saving game position instructions. It will take you some time to play Zork through to the end, just as it takes you some time to finish a good book. You will almost certainly not finish in one sitting. Zork allows you to continue playing at a later time without having to start over from the beginning, just as you can place a bookmark in a book you are reading. There is a Zork command called save that makes a snapshot of your position in the game. I like how they're explaining what a save file is. That's great. If you're a cautious or prudent player, you may want to save your position before you embark upon or after you finish any particularly tricky or dangerous part of the journey. Having taken a snapshot, you can go back to that position even though you may get lost or killed afterward. When the prompt appears, type save, then press the return key, then follow the instructions on your reference card. When you want to continue playing from where you made a snapshot, follow the restore procedure. You can restore a saved snapshot at any time during play. Then we have a list of Zork commands. To simplify your adventuring, you may order Zork to give you information by typing specific commands. These commands can be used over and over again as needed, but they're each considered one complete move. Type your command as a sentence to Zork after the prompt appears. The list of commands is, again. Zork will respond as if you had repeated your previous sentence. Brief, this commands Zork to fully describe only newly encountered rooms and objects, as we previously learned. Diagnose, Zork gives you a medical report of your physical condition. This is particularly useful if you have just survived a dangerous battle. Inventory, Zork lists your possessions. If you've noticed the thief lurking about, you might want to check if your belongings are still there. You may abbreviate inventory by typing I. Look, Zork describes your surroundings in detail. You may abbreviate look by typing L. Quit, to quit. Restart, restore, we just learned about. Save. Score, Zork shows your current score with the number of moves you have made and your rank. Your rank is your rating as a professional Zork player and is based on the number of points you have. Script, this command assumes you have a printer. It commands the printer to begin printing a transcript of your game session, which is a wonderful feature. Super brief, we learned about. Unscript, this command stops your printer from printing. Verbose, this command tells Zork to show you a long description of the room and the object in it whenever you enter a room. Version, Zork responds by showing you the release number and serial number of your copy of the game. Wait, this command causes time in the game to pass. Normally, between moves, no time is passing as far as Zork is concerned. You could leave your computer, take a nap, and return to the game to find that nothing has changed. Wait is used when you want to find out what will happen in the game if you do absolutely nothing while time passes. For example, if you encounter an alien being, you could wait and see what it will do. Interesting that they don't mention the abbreviation for that one. You can also type Z for wait. Appendix, Zork's responses. Zork may occasionally have a few words for you when it wants you to clarify your instruction. Some of Zork's responses are, I don't know the word. Your word. The word you typed is not in the game's vocabulary. Sometimes a synonym or rephrasing will be understood. If not, Zork probably doesn't know the idea you were trying to get across. I can't use the word, your word, here. Zork knows the word you typed, but the word made no sense where you put it in the sentence. Open the take, for example. You must supply a verb. Unless you are answering a question, each sentence must have a verb or a command in it somewhere. There is a noun missing in that sentence. This usually indicates an incomplete sentence, such as put the lamp in the, where Zork expected another noun and couldn't find one. Too many noun clauses. An example is, put the troll in the basket with the shovel. A valid Zork sentence has, at most, one direct object and one indirect object. Beg pardon? You did not type anything after the prompt and before you press the return key on your keyboard. It's too dark to see. In the story, there was no light to see objects in the room. I can't see any object here. In the story, the object you referred to was not accessible to you. Multiple objects cannot be used with your verb. It is legal for you to use multiple objects, that is, nouns or noun phrases separated by and or a comma, only with certain verbs. Among the more useful of these verbs are take, drop, and put. I don't understand that sentence. You typed a sentence that is gibberish. For example, give troll with sword. You might try rephrasing this sentence. Okay. Be fun if a room that was so dark that Zork couldn't read your prompt. That would be funny. Reference section. Sentence syntax. A Zork sentence must contain at least a verb or a command, e.g. again. Separate multiple objects of the verb. Separate multiple objects of the verb by the word and or a comma. Several sentences typed to Zork at one time must be separated by a period or the word then. A period is not needed in the end of a line input. Only two kinds of questions may be asked, what and where. It's basically a summary of everything we just read, so I'm not going to finish it. Then we have a command summary, which is, again, a list of things we just read about. This is all the things we just read about. But we do have common verbs. This is new information. The following is a list of verbs commonly used by adventurers. This list does not represent the entire vocabulary available and makes no mention of the numerous variations you can construct using prepositions. E.g. look under, look at, look inside, look through, etc. So we have attack, burn, climb, close, dig, drink, drop, eat, enter, examine, fill, follow, get in, give, go, kill, look, move, open, pour, pull, push, put, read, slide, take, throw, tie, turn, walk, wave, what is and where is. And I think that's it. All right, we're ready for Zorkin. Hello, Edenwaith. Good to see you. Hitchhiker's Guide game box. My friend had that fun little extras in the box, like a don't panic button and a small piece of cloth for the towel. I don't think my copy of it included those items, unfortunately. I was going to look at that, but I think we'll save it for another time because I'm ready to get Zorkin here. I will share that next time we play Zork, probably. Green Castle Block, hello, welcome. Riz Mason said, or if it got too excited to reply, like Zork is fighting someone and you're like, kick him in the shin, kick him in the head, and eventually it goes, phew, that was intense. Okay, so let me catch you up. I just handed an armored skeleton his own ass. It's all right, we got towels at home. Hello, Bane Two-Face, good to see you. Okay, so I got my, this is the same book I've been using for Maupiti Island. I have skipped a few pages, so now let's skip one more. I'm trying to leave enough space for me to get through that game, but let's be honest, I'm going to need more than a couple. Okay, so this is where I will do my Zork mapping. And let's get into it. Edenway says, wasn't Zork just Colossal Cave but with grooves? I've only played this one a bit. Death by Groove. I would say that it is heavily inspired by Colossal Cave. For a long time, I had heard people say that like it was just a straight ripoff of it. But at the time, I had only ever played Zork. So I wasn't really sure how the two compared until last year when I finally checked out Colossal Cave. But yeah, I would say they're very different games. Like, I'm trying to think of like a comparison. I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like when you have two movies come out at the same time, like, I don't know, A Bug's Life and Ants, for example. That, for some reason, that's the first thing that popped in my head. Like, you know, there's obvious similarities, but like they're completely different. You know, obviously in Zork, you also go underground into like caves and stuff. There's a lot of stuff to do above ground, which isn't really the case in Colossal Cave. The enemy encounters are fairly different, I would say. There is a maze of twisty little passages all alike, which is quite similar to the one in Colossal Cave. That's probably like the most direct ripoff I can think of. But I would say it brought a lot of unique stuff as well. And also the parser, as we just learned about, is quite a bit more advanced. So that's an interesting difference. Always love the classic Mac look. Yeah, me too. You need the Big Book of Adventure games from 1984 for your mapping needs. Interesting. I'm curious if that's the book I'm thinking of. Okay, yeah. Sonneveld has a copy of this, so I'm familiar with it when he's shared it on stream. I really should pick that up sometime. It looks pretty interesting. All right. Let's get to it. Zork I, the Great Underground Empire. Oh, yeah, one thing worth mentioning, just since I shared the floppy disk, this is actually the copy of the game that came with my Lost Treasures of Infocom, which is the CD-ROM version. So it's probably not the exact revision of the game that I originally played, although as far as I know, I don't think there were really any differences at that point. Like the copyright dates here are pretty much the same as what's on my floppy disk. I just wanted to point that out. That was just, it was very easy for me to rip the CD, whereas a little more complicated to get the files off the disk. Although I do think I have a backup somewhere. Riz Mason said, I hear some Mac nostalgics go so far as to learn Blender to make high-quality prints of promotional material for failed 90s era Apple products or something. That poster you... if you whisper me a link to your post on Mastodon, I would love to share that. It's a very good poster. I would just let you post it, but I have my Twitch settings to not allow that. My brother sent me a copy of that book. The maps were perfect when playing Colossal Cave. Nice. Is there a basket of goodies in the mailbox? No, but we do have some things in the mailbox, or at least one thing. So we're west of house. You're standing in an open field west of a white house with a boarded front door. There is a small mailbox here. Let's open the mailbox. Opening the small mailbox reveals a leaflet. Take leaflet. Read it. Welcome to Zork. Zork is a game of adventure, danger, and low cunning. In it, you will explore some of the most amazing territory ever seen by mortals. No computer should be without one. Why does our score say 0 out of 3? I'm puzzled by that. Thank you for that, Whisper. So here's this poster that Rez Mason made. I love it. It's very, very good. Perhaps a flyer to advertise Loom. That reminds me, I was looking at a collection of LucasArts games earlier that included Loom and Last Crusade in full 16 color glory. I am excited to eventually play those. I briefly considered playing Last Crusade today before I settled on Zork. Loom, I'm waiting until I get my copy from Limited Run. My 2 copies from Limited Run. I accidentally ordered 2. But I am excited to eventually play both of those in their 16-color Macintosh versions. I'll have to admit, no one makes bad management decisions look stylish like Apple's 90s era marketing team. Very, very true. Okay, so let's look around again. So we're in front of a house, a white house. Even though I have graph paper, I'm gonna do like... well, I guess I'll make boxes. It's easier to make boxes on graph paper. I was going to do circles. So a thing, I think I've maybe mentioned this before on stream, but I learned cardinal directions by playing Zork. And occasionally, like just for like a brief moment, my mind kind of blanks on which is east and which is west. I don't know why. Like I never get confused by north-south. For some reason that's just more obvious to me, but occasionally I just for a moment I'm like, wait, which way's west, which way's east? And whenever this happens, I think of Zork, because like I can visualize in my head, like I think from making maps of Zork, like the starting screen of Zork, if you try to go west. What? Oh no. Okay. This is different than I thought. I didn't think you could go one screen before this happened, but it says you would need a machete to go further west. I remember the phrase, storm-tossed trees block your path. Maybe that happens somewhere else. But regardless, the point is, I remember, you know, not being able to go west, which is left. Like, I can visualize the map, so west is to the left. And so, like, this scenario is what I always imagine if I ever need to remember which way is west. It is funny that it's actually slightly different than I had it in my head all this time. I'm sure that will happen often in this game. So I first played this in, like, probably 84, 85, I would imagine. So, gosh, was I really that? No, wait. We got our first Mac in 86, excuse me. So I would have played it in like 86, 87 probably. So I was like 9 or 10. And I first played it with my mom. And perhaps occasionally my brother, though I mainly remember playing it with my mom. And then later I played it on my own. And then I think it was probably 20 years before I came back to the game. And I had learned about some of the game's puzzles over the years, especially the maze in particular. And finally, at that point, I was able to beat it. But I have not played it since. So there's a lot of things I have memories of, but probably are a little bit off. So it'll be interesting to see. Use a flamethrower to take care of that shrubbery. Okay, so forest, and then we have start. I'm going to give a nice thick outline on our start here. It's hard to get everything on camera here. Okay, so we can't go west any further. Although, so to me, this line says, oh, I need to find a machete. And then once I have a machete, I can come back here and go further west. I remember thinking about this a lot while playing this game, but I can't remember if you ever find a machete. Let's try north. Clearing. You're in a clearing with a forest surrounding you on all sides. A path leads south. On the ground is a pile of leaves. Okay. So I kind of think we've curved around here. Let's try going south. Okay, interesting. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Now I'm lost. Okay, here we are north of house. So this is back where we started. And then here's the forest path. So like the manual said, like, paths don't always follow a grid. Like, here we can go north and south to go between the two screens, but in some cases that's not the case. Also, I just realized our score is 0, our number of moves is 12, so that's what the second number is. Just say Zizzy to go home. That doesn't work in this one. A hollow voice says fool. Okay. Forest path, and then north again to the clearing. On the ground is a pile of leaves. Just Hail, thank you so much for that sub. Appreciate your support with Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think if we go west here, we kind of curve around, like... Oh, okay. Interesting. You hear in the distance the chirping of a songbird. Okay. The rank undergrowth prevents eastward movement. Okay, I'm already lost as far as my map goes. It's hopeless. Wait, how'd I end up behind the house? You're behind the White House. A path leads into the forest to the east. In one corner of the house, there is a small window, which is slightly ajar. How did I end up behind the house? Is there a Korok hiding in the leaves? Let's go back there. If I can. Here's the clearing. Okay. So can we move the leaves? I remember picking up the leaves, but I don't think we need to have them. Okay. In disturbing the pile of leaves, a grating is revealed. The grating is closed. The grating is locked. So this is kind of interestingly similar to Colossal Cave, except it's covered when you first come across it, and we don't have a key. And I don't think we'll get a key for this for quite a while. He circled the globe already? Perhaps. So, let's see. You're clearing with the forest surrounding you on all sides. A path leads south. There's a grating securely fastened to the ground. On the ground is a pile of leaves. So we can only go south? Okay. No, we can also go east. There's a dimly lit forest with large trees all around. You hear in the distance the chirping of a songbird. I should probably be doing this in pencil because I'm gonna have to erase things. I probably already made mistakes. Okay, could go north here. Impenetrable to the north. Let's go east again. Forest thins out, revealing impassable mountains. So we can't go east any further. And, oh, we can go north. And you hear in the distance the chirping of a songbird. Can't go further north. Oh, we can go east? I wonder if there's some looping around here. I wonder. Mountains are impassable. Okay. I'm going to stop mapping because I do feel like there might be some, like, we're coming back around to the same screens, and, like, I'm drawing these as all being separate, but I feel like these two might actually be the same room. Okay, here we are at the clearing again. And, oh, south took us to forest, not forest path. Interesting. And then we're behind the house here. Okay. Maybe I should just give up on mapping already. Let's look around here again. So, there's a window slightly ajar. Let's open the window. With great effort, you open the window far enough to allow entry. Go inside. Kitchen. You're in the kitchen of the White House. A table seems to have been used recently for the preparation of food. A passage leads to the west, and a dark staircase can be seen leading upward. A dark chimney leads down, and to the east is a small window, which is open. On the table is an elongated brown sack, smelling of hot peppers. A bottle is sitting on the table. The glass bottle contains a quantity of water. Let's take everything. So we now have a brown sack that smells like hot peppers and a glass bottle of water. Okay, so over here I'm going to draw the kitchen. Sack. And bottle. All right, we also have the leaflet. Let's drop the leaflet. We don't need that. So I know we can go up, and I think we can go west. Yeah. We don't want to go up because it's dark. So let's go west. Living room. You're in the living room. There's a doorway to the east, a wooden door with strange Gothic lettering to the west, which appears to be nailed shut, a trophy case, and a large oriental rug in the center of the room. Above the trophy case hangs an elvish sword of great antiquity. A battery-powered brass lantern is on the trophy case. Okay. Let's look at this door. The engravings translate to, "This space intentionally left blank." This is one of many things that vexed me for years and years. Like, I still can't remember if this is just a joke. I think it's just a joke. And it's honestly pretty funny. So we also have a trophy case here. Let's see, we can open the case, I think. Yeah. We don't have anything to put in it yet. There's a large rug in the center of the room. And let's go ahead and take the sword. Taken. I always have to change my beep sound. That's better. Okay, and a lantern. Taken. Okay, I think that's everything we want here. Let's move the rug. With great effort, the rug is moved to one side of the room, revealing the dusty cover of a closed trap door. The door reluctantly opens to reveal a rickety staircase descending into darkness. Before we do that, let's go back to that. Let's go back to the kitchen. And I'm going to save real quick. Let's see. I'm trying to decide where to put my save files. Oh, I can't make a folder in here? Okay. I'll just put them in here for now. I'll have to organize them later. Okay. I think we can safely go up. Okay. You have moved into a dark place. It is pitch black. You are likely to be eaten by a grue. Turn on lantern. The brass lantern is now on. Attic. This is the attic. The only exit is a stairway leading down. A large coil of rope is lying in the corner. On the table is a nasty-looking knife. Let's take everything. So we have a nasty knife and a rope now. Oh. I need an eraser. Because I can't spell knife. Give me the wild eep every time. So this is System 6, but we have monkey, but no wild eep. I think wild eep was added in System 7, but they're kind of similar vibes. They are different though. Okay, so let's go back down, and I think we're ready to go down this trapdoor now. The trapdoor crashes shut, and you hear someone barring it. Cellar. You're in a dark and damp cellar with a narrow passageway leading north and a crawlway to the south. On the west is the bottom of a steep metal ramp which is unclimbable. Your sword is glowing with a faint blue glow. Okay, so we have a passage north and a crawlway to the south. On the west is the bottom of a steep metal ramp, which is unclimbable. Okay. So eventually I'm pretty sure we find like the top of that ramp and can come down it, but you can't go back up, of course. Want to bet a grue locked you in. I don't remember if anything ever confirms who locks us in here. feel like the thief is a possibility. Okay. Let's... I feel like most of what's interesting right now is north of here, so let's go south. I think there's just a little bit here we can explore right now. And then we'll go back north and continue from there. East of chasm. You're on the east edge of a chasm at the bottom of which cannot be seen. A narrow passage goes north and the path you are on continues to the east. Your sword is no longer glowing. I wonder why that could be. Path you're on continues to the east. Okay. So let's go east. Gallery. This is an art gallery. Most of the paintings have been stolen by vandals with exceptional taste. The vandals have left through either the north or west exits. How do we know the vandals had exceptional taste if all the paintings are gone? We're just assuming. North or west exits. Okay. Fortunately, there's still one chance for you to be a vandal, for on the far wall is a painting of unparalleled beauty. I think we're going to leave that for now. You know, so it's really interesting to come back to this after having played Colossal Cave. I think that this painting is maybe very similar to the Gold Nugget in Colossal Cave, in that it's a big heavy thing, so it's a pain in the ass to carry around. I remember not getting this out of here for a long time. I'm not going to mess with it right now because I'm pretty sure we can't do anything with it yet. I think we probably have to get back above ground and get the trap door open again before we can get it out or something, but I don't remember it for sure. Tony says, I sadly have to go get some sleep as it's past 5 in the night here. Oh gosh, but leaving a lurk on here. Good night and good luck with Zork. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's great to see you, and I hope you sleep well. As Mason said, because all the paintings that remain are awful. Oh, I was dead wrong. Yeah, there's apparently a pretty good one left, so... I mean, for all we know, all the other paintings were terrible, right? Throw tomato soup on painting. Okay, let's check out north of here. Studio. This studio appears to have been an artist's studio. The walls and floors are splattered with paints of 69 different colors. Nice. Strangely enough, nothing of value is hanging here. At the south end of the room is an open door, also covered with paint. A dark and narrow chimney leads up from a fireplace. Although you might be able to get up it, it seems unlikely you could get back down. Loosely attached to a wall is a small piece of paper. Okay, so I think we can actually take the chimney back up. Taken. Read it. Congratulations! You are the privileged owner of Zork I, the great underground empire, a self-contained and self-maintaining universe. If used and maintained in accordance with normal operating practices for small universes, Zork will provide many months of trouble-free operation. That's great. Save early, save often. Good point. Okay. Let's climb the chimney. It's possible we might not be able to do this without dropping all of our belongings. Yeah, can't get up there with what you're carrying. Let's experiment. We have a lot of stuff. Drop the manual. Drop the rope. Drop the knife. Drop the bottle. Drop the sack. Can we now climb the chimney? We can. Okay, and we're back in the kitchen. So I'm not sure if that was a good idea, but we have our save to go back to. Let's try going west and open the trap door and go down again. Okay, so it always gets barred after us. So I think, oh, actually, also, like, I want to be clear, like, I've played this game before, so I will be giving spoilers. I still have my usual policy of don't give spoilers in chat or hints unless I specifically ask for them. I will definitely be more willing to ask for hints than usual. But I just want to say that up front. So I think that once we kill the thief, the door will stop getting barred behind us, if I remember correctly. I do remember that happening at some point. But I think I'm going to restore since we just wasted a bunch of moves, and now I'm going to have to go pick up my stuff again. Okay. So let's go back to the cellar. And now we'll go north. The Troll Room. This is a small room with passages to the east and south, and a forbidding hole leading west. Bloodstains and deep scratches, perhaps made by an axe, mar the walls. A nasty-looking troll, brandishing a bloody axe, blocks all passages out of the room. Your sword has begun to glow very brightly. The Troll Room. Many months of trouble-free operation. Heck, it's been decades. Yeah, I'm glad it ended up working for longer than they originally anticipated. Inmate says, I know almost nothing about this, so anything I say should not be a spoiler or taken seriously. Of course, I understand. Okay, so we have west. A forbidding hole leads west. I think maybe the maze is in that direction. And then we have east as well. Okay. My map is run out of space here. Something's bumping up against other things here. There we go. Okay. Speaking of Zork maps, so I previously shared my 50 Years of Text Games book, which it has some really nice maps in it, and you could also get a big poster of one of the maps as a Kickstarter reward. And I just got an email the other day that those posters, along with some new ones, are now available on Redbubble. And one of the new ones is a complete map of the original Zork. So Zork was originally released in '77. And then later, Infocom split it up into Zork 1, Zork 2, and Zork 3. So the original game was like all three of those games in one. I've never actually played that version. But Aaron A. Reed, the author of 50 Years of Text Games, made a map that is like the whole map of all three games, like the original version. I'm trying to find a link to it here. But I might have to dig that up later. Yeah, the sword seems to have started glowing more brightly the closer we got to this troll. So that is a little bit of a concern, yes. Let's look at the troll. Let's save. Even though we just saved. Let's save again. Let's look at the troll. A nasty-looking troll brandishing a bloody axe blocks all passages out of the room. Okay, let's talk to the troll. The troll isn't much of a conversationalist. The troll pauses for a moment, perhaps thinking that you should reread the manual. That's great. Ask troll to move. Okay. Can we... Maybe if we just go east, they'll get out of the way. The troll fends you off with a menacing gesture. The flat of the troll's axe hits you delicately on the head, knocking you out. Conquering his fears, the troll puts you to death. It appears that the last blow was too much for you. I'm afraid that you are dead. You have died. Now, let's take a look here. Well, you probably deserve another chance. I can't quite fix you up completely, but you can't have everything. Forest. You're empty-handed. I think we'll reload, because that seems not ideal. We can continue. I think you could still complete the game if you wanted to, but as mentioned, you do lose points for dying, so that's no fun. Got your trusty goat. Unfortunately, no. We'll have to make do with the other items we have. Let's see. We have an owner's manual, a rope, a nasty knife, a brass lantern, a sword, a glass bottle, which contains some water, and a brown sack. I think throw sack at troll. Oops. Can we up arrow? No. The troll, who is remarkably coordinated, catches the brown sack and, not having the most discriminating tastes, gleefully eats it. The axe knocks your nasty knife out of your hand. It falls to the floor. Fortunately, you still have a sword. I think I want my hot peppers back, so let's restore. Okay, let's attack the troll with the sword. A quick stroke, but the troll is on guard. The axe crashes against the rock, throwing sparks. Again. Your sword crashes down, knocking the troll into dreamland. So, I don't know what happens if we just, like, I think we'll just have to deal with the troll again. So let's attack again. The unarmed troll cannot defend himself. He dies. Oh, interesting. We didn't get points for that. Fascinating. Almost as soon as the troll breathes his last breath, a cloud of sinister black fog envelops him. When the fog lifts, his carcass has disappeared. Your sword is no longer glowing. Okay. Now let's go east. Oh, we could take the axe. I was thinking about this a minute ago, and I feel like we probably don't care about the axe. So let's leave it here in case unless we find a use for it later. I forgot to defecate in the bag first. The east-west passage. This is a narrow east-west passageway. There is a narrow stairway leading down at the north end of the room. My map situation was a little bit better for a bit, but now it's a mess again. Okay, let's continue east. Round room. This is a circular stone room with passages in all directions. Several of them have unfortunately been blocked by cave-ins. I probably should have kept the upper part of the house on a separate piece of the map. I'll draw the round room as a circle. Nope, don't want a square. Okay, let's see which ways we can go. Can we go west? Okay, that takes us back where we were. It's good to know. South? Narrow passage. This is a long and narrow corridor where a long north-south passageway briefly narrows even further. I ran out of room again. Let's go south. Mirror room. You're in a large square room with tall ceilings. On the south wall is an enormous mirror which fills the entire wall. There are exits on the other 3 sides of the room. So I remember either breaking or trying to break this mirror. What I do not remember, I think maybe it's not what you want to do, but I can't remember. Let's break it. Sword. You have broken the mirror. I hope you have 7-year supply of good luck candy. That's what I thought. So there's nothing behind it. That was the thing I couldn't remember. Okay. Which direction is the mirror? South wall. Okay. Let's go west. Winding passage. This is a winding passage. It seems that there are only exits on the east and north. Go north then. Mirror room. Oh, okay. I see. This is why I have an eraser. So that path we just took curves around to the south. And then east takes us somewhere new. Hello, Pixel Turkey. I hope you're doing good. I saw that you started playing, is it Hollywood Hijinks? Which is very exciting. I have never played that one. So I'm going to have to catch a bit of your stream to see what it's like. I just got... So in addition to a couple of very old Infocom games, I also just got The Lost Treasures of Infocom on CD-ROM. I can't remember if that one's in here. But regardless, I'm excited to play more of these at some point. It'll probably take a very long time before I get to most of these. But there's a bunch of them that I'm interested in. And I also got the second volume too. Great so far. I spent 4 to 5 hours exploring with 0 score. Nice. I feel like that's a good way to start. You gotta get a feel for the area, map things out, figure out what you can do before you really get into it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hollywood Hijinks, that is. Got it. Okay. So we're at Winding Passage. Let's go east. Cave. This is a tiny cave with entrances west and north and a dark, forbidding staircase leading down. Your sword is glowing with a faint blue glow. Oh. I'm not sure why the sword is glowing. So my memory of this game is that you have the troll very early on that you deal with. And then for a long time you have the thief to deal with, which you read about in the manual. It is possible to kill the thief, but it's very difficult. I can't remember what's involved in doing that. And you also don't want to necessarily do it right away. So I'm not sure if our sword is glowing because the thief is near, or because of something else. I can only think of like maybe one other enemy that you encounter in this game, but like I said, there's probably lots of things I don't remember about this. Unto Crushes, I remember another famous fantasy world with a sword that sometimes glows blue under certain circumstances. I can't imagine what you're talking about. This is definitely an original Zork concept. TM. Okay, cave. Is this cave colossal, I wonder? Star Wars. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's very different, though. Hello, Coffee. Good to see you. Okay. West and north. So west, I assume, is back where we came. North, we're gonna move this cave. Let's make sure. Okay, yeah. West is back where we came. Okay, so our sword is glowing blue again. I don't think it's the thief, because the thief moves around a lot. And I'm not sure if the thief actually does make our sword glow. Hey, Mac, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Okay, so let's go north. Mirror room. Oh, we're back. Okay, so I redrew the cave because I was like, oh, there's another room to the north, but it's actually the mirror room. So we just came. Did we just come through the mirror, or? Ah, okay. It all worked out because this is another curving path. Okay. All right, let's try going down. Ah, okay. I was wondering if this was down here. Entrance to Hades. You're outside a large gateway on which is inscribed, "Abandon every hope, all ye who enter here." The gate is open. Through it you can see a desolation with a pile of mangled bodies in one corner. Thousands of voices lamenting some hideous fate can be heard. The way through the gate is barred by evil spirits who jeer at your attempts to pass. Your sword has begun to glow very brightly. Okay. Interesting. I do not remember. I remember this room, but I don't remember if we ever do anything here. I'm sure we do something, but I don't remember what. So let's enter the gate. Ah, some invisible force prevents you from passing through the gate. Oh, I think we have to be dead to go through there. Shit. How does that work? There's some way you can basically become a ghost, I think. Oh man. Coins for Karen. Okay. Can I? What do you want to kill the me with? The sword. If you insist, poof, you're dead. You have died. Now let's take a look here. Well, you probably deserve another chance. I can't quite fix you up completely, but you can't have everything. Forest. Okay. So the question is, are we a ghost now, or are we just resurrected? I really can't remember. Oh, we found the sword. That's interesting. Okay, I think we're just normal. Let's diagnose. You're in perfect health. You can be killed by a serious wound. You have been killed once. Okay. Gosh. I don't remember how you become a ghost. Okay, we're going to restore for now, but I hope you enjoyed your death. If I can find a more interesting way to die, I will do that also. But that was the first thing that came to mind. Okay, let's go back up. I don't think we can go into Hades yet. Let's go north. So... Oh yeah, let's get back to the round room, and there's other directions there we can go. So let's try southwest. You can't go that way. Southeast. Engravings Cave. You have entered a low cave with passages leading northwest and east. There are old engravings on the walls here. Look at engravings. The engravings were incised on the living rock of the cave wall by an unknown hand. They depict, in symbolic form, the beliefs of the ancient Zorkers. Skillfully interwoven with the bas-reliefs are excerpts illustrating the major religious tenets of that time. Unfortunately, a later age seems to have considered them blasphemous and just as skillfully excised them. Okay, so we went southeast, right? Oh, my map. Northwest. So northwest is probably back where we came. Yeah. And east. Okay. Okay. I don't remember if there's anything we can do with these engravings ever. Dome room. You're at the periphery of a large dome which forms the ceiling of another room below. Protecting you from a precipitous drop is a wooden railing which encircles the dome. Interesting. Which ways can we go here? Okay, maybe just back where we came. Can we go down? Cannot go down without fracturing many bones. What if I really want to, though? This is not a very safe place to try jumping. Geronimo, you have died. Okay. Never mind that, then. All right, let's get back. Up. North, north, north. All right, so let's try east. Loud room. Okay. This is another room I remember very well. This is a large room with a ceiling which cannot be detected from the ground. There is a narrow passage from east to west and a stone stairway leading upward. Oh. The room is deafeningly loud with an undetermined rushing sound. The sound seems to reverberate from all the walls, making it difficult to even think. On the ground is a large platinum bar. So, let's take the bar. Bar. So, basically, we can't do anything in this room other than leave because of, like, the echo is just, like, so overpowering. I can't remember what we can do about that. Can we even look? Yeah, we can't even look at our inventory. Okay, let's leave. Damp cave. This cave has exits to the west and east and narrows to a crack towards the south. The earth is particularly damp here. Can we plant something? So now that we're somewhere we can think, let's examine our belongings. Like, in order to deal with the loud room, the main, like, very, very generally speaking, the main two things I can think of are we could cover our ears with something, like maybe plug them with some cotton or something, or we could figure out a way to stop the source of the sound. but I don't think we have anything that will accomplish either right now. Oh, let's open the sack. We still haven't done that. Opening the sack, the brown sack reveals a lunch and a clove of garlic. Okay. Let's close that. I'll keep it fresh. Damp is my favorite type of cave. Let's see. East and west. And narrows to a crack towards the south. Let's try south. Oh, it is too narrow for most insects. Huh. Interesting. Is there some context under... Maybe if we were a ghost, we could go through there? Or if we were a particularly small insect? All right, let's go east. White Cliffs Beach. You're on a narrow strip of beach which runs along the base of the White Cliffs. There's a narrow path heading south along the cliffs and a tight passage leading west into the cliffs themselves. Okay, so that's back where we came, right? Yeah. South along the cliffs. Okay, let's try that. White Cliffs Beach. You're on a rocky, narrow strip of beach beside the cliffs. A narrow path leads north along the shore. Okay, is that it? Okay. 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 Interesting. Hello, Adventure Josh. Welcome. I'm glad you like my map. Here's what we got so far. I kind of abandoned... I got a little lost in the forest and kind of gave up mapping that. The house is here, if you're familiar with the game, and then the rest of this is all underground. Okay, so... Oh, let's go back to the loud room and try going up. Sorry, map, I shouldn't be objectifying you. Okay. Loud room. Let's try it up. Deep Canyon. You're on the south edge of a deep canyon. Passages lead off to the east, northwest, and southwest. Jeez. Stairway leads down. You can hear the sound of flowing water from below. Okay. Have a mapping suggestion if you're open to that. I'm curious what it is, so feel free. Okay. East, northwest, and southwest. Oh, okay. You might want to just put underground on a separate sheet. Yeah. I immediately realized that was a silly thing to do. To put them all together. It's fine. I've made lots of mistakes here, and I'll probably throw it out and start over at some point, but for now it's fine. So southwest goes to north-south passage. Oh, right. I was in a narrow passage before. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move this further. Like, really, I should probably just put any separate up-down level on a different piece of paper, but... I feel like no matter what I do, I'm gonna end up regretting it because something unexpected happens. Okay, so we had northwest, southwest, and east. Okay. And now we're in north-south passage. Okay. So I assume... Oh, we can go north. Chasm. Chasm runs southwest to northeast, and the path follows it. You're on the south side of the chasm, where a crack opens into a passage. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Let's try south. Oh, that goes back to round room. Okay. Interesting. It's especially interesting because we went up some stairs. Okay. All right. So let's go back to round room and check our other directions here. Oh, what? Oh, no. Everything's cursed. Oh, okay. I just, the keyboard cord bumped a button on my Stream Deck. I thought the capture stopped working. It's not cursed, I just goofed. It's fine. Forced is a bit silly, yeah. I couldn't remember if it had straightforward navigation or not, but as I started exploring it, it seemed like it was, in fact, a bit silly. Okay. Meat space curse, yeah. All right, let's try northeast. Okay. Good, because I don't have room to draw anything in that direction. Northwest is also nothing. Okay. So I think we've mapped all the... Unless there's up or down. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go back to here and then the chasm and look around here. Chasm runs southwest to northeast and the path follows it. You're on the south side of the chasm where a crack opens into a passage. Okay. Southwest... East-west passage. Oh. Jeez. Okay, so we just... we were in chasm, and now we're here. I guess the distance between these two is artificial. I did this because I needed more room. But it's still kind of interesting that we came from here all the way down to here. Also... it's a narrow east-west passageway. There's a narrow stairway leading down at the north end of the room. Oh, down goes to the chasm. Huh. And then southwest goes. Okay. All right. And then southeast? Okay. Oh, no. Someone carrying a large bag is casually leaning against one of the walls here. He does not speak, but it is clear from his aspect that the bag will be taken only over his dead body. Your sword has begun to glow very brightly. Adventure Josh asks, how well do you know the puzzles in this one? I'm assuming you can't have avoided all knowledge of it. So I played this a lot when I was very young. And I feel like most of the memories I have are of that time in which I failed to solve many of its puzzles. However, many years later, like 20 years later, which would have been, I don't know, probably 10 to 15 years ago now, I had learned about some of its trickier puzzles, especially the maze, over time, and I came back to it, and I did eventually get through it. I'm pretty sure I eventually played Zork 1 through 3, and then I also have played Zork 0, Beyond Zork. At least some have returned to Zork. Zork Nemesis. Is that all the Zorks I've played? Is that all the Zorks there are? Anyways, you get the idea. That said, I do not remember a lot of it. Because there's lots of things in here that, like, I spent so long struggling with and such a brief time actually solving successfully that, like, the knowledge of solving it successfully is gone now. That said, I do prefer no hints or tips unless I ask for them. I will probably ask for hints once I start to struggle, just because I've beaten this before. I don't want to struggle with it a lot. But I want to try to figure things out on my own if I can. Hazy replay. Yeah, exactly. Surely don't remember everything either. Got it. Okay. So, the thief. The thief was mentioned in the manual, and I was talking about him earlier. I don't remember what is necessary to successfully fight the thief. I do know we're not ready for that yet. I also know that the thief will take things from us. I know the thief will take treasures if we have them. I can't remember if the thief will take other items, which could be a problem because, you know, there's some things we have that, you know, might be necessary to solve a puzzle or whatever. I believe we can get back anything that's stolen eventually. But, you know, obviously there's work involved in doing that. So it'd be better to not get anything stolen just yet. So basically we want to leave as quickly as possible. And then check if we still have all our stuff. Okay. Okay. We still have our manual, a rope, a nasty knife, a brass lantern, a sword, a glass bottle with water, and a brown sack. I think that's everything. I'm not positive, but I think we're gonna not worry about it. Like, if I thought there was something missing, I would restore from our last save, but I think we're okay. Hey, Mousimus, good to see you. Okay. Let's go in a different direction. I don't think the thief will be there for long, but I think immediately going back there is probably a bad idea. Great choice with Zork, never got too far into it. Nice. I was just saying that I spent a long time struggling with it when I was very young, and later played through it successfully, but I don't remember a lot of that playthrough. So this will be an interesting experience, mostly just to see how much I can remember and figure out on my own. Coffee says the map that came with the game might be required. Not true. Also, when I bought the game, that map was not included. It certainly seems helpful. It's fascinating to me that they later added a map, and I'm not too surprised. But I'm pretty sure you can beat it without that. Also, I don't want to look it up now because you know, I want to try to struggle through things on my own first. But I am kind of curious what that might help with. I'll definitely want to check that out in more detail after I've gotten through it. It's a much better experience to tackle with a friend. Yeah, for sure. When I was young, I played this with my mom mostly. But of course, she had no experience with this type of game either. So, you know, she was much better at the English language. So that was very helpful. But we both struggled with a lot of the puzzles in it. The included map, I think, is there to give you a clear idea how to map. Oh, so it's an incomplete map? Is that what you're saying? That's interesting. As a kid, I fought with the parser a lot. Yeah, I can imagine that. I think since I had my mom to help, I didn't struggle with the parser too much. Like I mainly remember struggling just to figure out what I needed to do for various things. And I think I think there's a bunch of things in the game that aren't actually puzzles that I thought were for a very long time. Just because they're kind of designed to make it seem like there's something to solve. Okay, so we're here. Actually, let's go around back to the Deep Canyon. I can't read my own writing that I just wrote. Southeast. Can't go that way. Oh, sorry, northeast. Deep Canyon. Yeah, okay. Do we run out of music? Guess we did. Puzzle says, text adventures help kid me learn to spell better since you can't progress if you can't spell right. Well, you got to get the first 6 letters right at least. After that, you can make mistakes and the game won't care. At least in this game. I think a lot of text games were like that had just like a certain number of characters that they would look at. Probably depended on like the different items in the game, how far they had to read to actually differentiate the words. When we were kids, my brother and I thought we were great at Maelstrom, but our motor skills weren't developed yet, and when we invited our mom to spam the fire button, she seemed like a superhuman. Moms are the secret to winning old Mac games. Nice. Okay, so here we can go... we could type in OBS and not accomplish anything. Dam! You're standing on top of flood control dam number 3, which was quite a tourist attraction in times far distant. There are paths to the south, to the north, south, and west, and a scramble down. The sluice gates on the dam are closed. Behind the dam, there can be seen a wide reservoir. Water is pouring over the top of the now abandoned dam. There's a control panel here on which a large metal bolt is mounted. Directly above the bolt is a small green plastic bubble. Oh boy, do I remember this dam. Absolutely do not remember how to use it correctly. So there's a lot going on. This is like getting into the parts of this world that I found particularly fascinating. Like just like bits of technology that you can do stuff with. Like it's not all just like wandering through caves and finding treasures and stuff. Let's check the map in the manual is complete. Okay. Pass to the north, south, and west and a scramble down. There's a lot of paths. North, south, and west, which is where we came from, I assume. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Okay. North? Nope. Dam lobby. South. Deep Canyon. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm going to start on another sheet of paper here. So I'll just have an arrow here pointing towards the dam. Okay, so south goes back to Deep Canyon. And then east dam. And then we head north to the dam lobby. Let's look, because I skipped that description. This room appears to have been the waiting room for groups touring the dam. There are open doorways here to the north and east marked private, and there's a path leading south over the top of the dam. Some guidebooks entitled Flood Control Dam Number 3 are on the reception desk. There's a matchbook whose cover says, Visit Beautiful FCD Number 3 here. Okay. So, let's take the matchbook. Well, let's take all. We want both of these things. Let's read the guidebook. Flood Control Dam Number 3. Oh, this is quite a book. FCD Number 3 was constructed in the year 783 of the Great Underground Empire to harness the mighty Frigid River. This work was supported by a grant of 37 million Zorkmids from your omnipotent local tyrant, Lord Dimwit Flathead the Excessive. This impressive structure is composed of 370,000 cubic feet of concrete, is 256 feet tall at the center, and 193 feet wide at the top. The lake created behind the dam has a volume of 1.7 billion cubic feet, an area of 12 million square feet, and a shoreline of 36,000 feet. We'll now point out some of the more interesting features of Flood Control Dam Number 3 as we conduct you on a guided tour of the facilities. You start your tour here at the dam lobby. You will notice on your right that... Oh, that's all we get. Okay. I wanted the tour. Adventure Josh says, I've definitely seen partial scans, so I think I made up the rest. Okay, I think Zork got made the way muds get made, with various people adding pieces organically. That's, yeah, that's been my impression of it as well. Like the original version of the game sounded like it was just people adding to it, and then eventually the Infocom release kind of... I assume they made some additional changes to it and then split it up into 3 games. But I don't know if that's correct in terms of making changes to it. I'm mostly assuming that because I feel like especially now that I've played Colossal Cave, like you can tell the difference between the original much smaller game and the stuff that was added. Shoot, I can't remember which guy made the original version and which guy did the additions to it, but like there's a definite like difference in the way things are written and stuff like that, whereas this feels like it's pretty consistent writing. It's certainly not as noticeably different in writing as Colossal Cave was in parts. Changes are somewhat apparent if you play the C port to Unix, though the differences from MDL to C I have no idea. Interesting. Okay, let's look at the matchbook. Oh, look at matchbook. Okay, the matchbook isn't very interesting except for what's written on it. Well, let's read it. Close cover before striking. You too can make big money from the exciting field of paper shuffling. Mr. Anderson of Muddle, Mass. says, before I took this course, I was a lowly bit twiddler. Now with what I learned at GUE Tech, I feel really important and can obfuscate and confuse with the best. Dr. Blank had this to say. 10 short days ago, all I could look forward to was a dead-end job as a doctor. Now I have a promising future and make really big Zork mids. GUE Tech can't promise these fantastic results to everyone, but when you earn your degree from GUE Tech, your future will be brighter. That's great. This place is a damn shame. Okay. Open doorways here to the north and east marked private. Interesting. I do not remember that at all. North and east. Let's go north first. Let's label this first. Actually, before I do that, let's save. It's been a little bit. Okay, north. Maintenance room. Ah, okay. This is what appears to have been the maintenance room for flood control dam number 3. Apparently this room has been ransacked recently, for most of the valuable equipment is gone. On the wall in front of you is a group of buttons colored blue, yellow, brown, and red. Oh god. There are doorways to the west and south. There's a group of tool chests here. There is a wrench here. There is an object which looks like a tube of toothpaste here. There is a screwdriver here. A group of tool chests. Open tool chests. The chests are rusty and corroded, and they crumble when you touch them. Oh no. Is that okay? Just in case it's not, and I don't find out for like hours. Let's go back to before I did that. Let's see. North maintenance room. Okay, so let's take wrench, tube, and screwdriver. Oh no! When I saw the whole list of objects in this room, I was like, oh geez, I wonder if I can even pick all this up. But I can't, apparently I can't pick any of it up. We just have too much stuff. And the tricky thing is, I can't remember if it's safe to drop things in random places. Like, I'm pretty sure if we drop something valuable in a random place, the thief could end up taking it. But I'm a little bit reluctant to even drop unimportant things right now in random places. I'm gonna draw a little star here to remind me that there's a bunch of items in this room, and then we'll just leave. It'd be great if we could figure out how to get back into the house without climbing the chimney. Climbing the chimney isn't a great path up because we can take very little with us when we do that. I'm pretty sure it's possible to get back up in some other way. Although, I don't know. It's possible we have to kill the thief first? I really can't remember. But like we've been out in the open. Like we were on the beach for a little bit. So it seems possible we could get back into like the forest area or something like that. Anyways, we'll continue exploring and come back here later. So there's a path leading south over the top of the dam. Okay. And then we have another room marked private to the east. Oh. Okay. So that's all one room. So it's like kind of a L-shaped thing, I guess? I don't know, that's how I'll draw it. I can't even see what I'm doing. Okay. So, I guess that's it for the dam right now. Although, let's examine this some more. So, there's a control panel here on which a large metal bolt is mounted. Okay, so, like, I'm pretty sure we can take the wrench and turn this bolt. Maybe let's experiment a little here. Drop all except lantern and sword. Okay. So let's go take the wrench, tube, and screwdriver. Okay. Let's save again. Okay. Let's turn bolt with wrench. The bolt won't turn with your best effort. Look at the bolt. Nothing special about the bolt. Let's look at the tube. Is this maybe some kind of... Oh, it's all-purpose gunk from the Froboz's Magic Gunk Company. Open the tube. Opening the tube reveals a viscous material. Squeeze tube onto bolt. You can't do that. It says you can't do that, and not that it doesn't understand it. Put tube on bolt. Put viscous material on bolt. Okay. I don't remember what this stuff in the tube is for. Let's close the tube. I just thought it was worth trying. Okay, let's look again. There's a lot of stuff here for some reason. Oh, water is pouring over the top of the now abandoned dam. That's interesting. There's a control panel here on which a large metal bolt is mounted. Directly above the bolt is a small green plastic bubble. Let's look at the bubble. There's nothing special about the green bubble. Look at panel. There's nothing special about the control panel. Read panel. How does one read? I mean, does it not have anything written on it? I guess not. Let's go back to the maintenance room. Oh, you know... Okay. I was like, I'm walking around in like a building. Maybe I should turn off my lantern, but no, actually we need it on. At least in the maintenance room. Okay. Buttons colored yellow, blue, brown, and red. Push red button. Oh, the lights came on. Turn off lantern. That's great. Okay. Push yellow button. Click. That's reassuring. Push. Well, let's go south. Okay. Ah, the green plastic bubble is now glowing serenely. That's nice. I would love to know what the light means. But it's good to know it's glowing serenely. It's kind of comforting. It doesn't seem like the situation with the dam has changed at all. There's still water pouring over the top of it. Let's go back and push some more buttons. So we tried red and yellow. We have brown and red. Click. Okay. Ah. Wait, okay. Maybe the sluice gates are always closed. Behind the dam, there can be seen a wide reservoir. Water is pouring over the top of the now abandoned dam. Okay. Directly above the bolt is a small green plastic bubble. Ah, it's no longer glowing. Okay. So, push yellow button. I'm just kind of testing things here. Okay. So it seems like maybe brown turns the green light off and yellow turns it on. So there's one more button, red. Oh wait, no, I think we did red already. That was the lights. Let's push blue. There is a rumbling sound and a stream of water appears to burst from the east wall of the room. Apparently, a leak has occurred on a pipe. The water level here is now up to your ankles. Oh, good. First of all, let's make some notes. Had the last 2 Zork books. Oh, nice. I was actually thinking about those the other day. I never owned them. I'm guessing you're talking about the same ones I remember. There were like some like choose your own adventure style Zork books. One that I remember was called like Conquests of Quendor or something. I think I only got it from the library. I don't think I ever had it myself. Water is good, right? I mean, generally speaking, I suppose. Red is lights. Yellow. Green light on. Brown seemed to turn it off. And then blue, burst pipe. I don't remember if this is... Like, we don't want to drown. I know drowning is bad. But the general situation we've created here, I'm not sure if that's okay or not. I think for now, I'm just gonna leave the room and explore what I've done elsewhere. Okay, the green plastic bubble is glowing serenely. Water is pouring over the top of the now abandoned dam. So it doesn't seem like anything has really changed with the dam. I wonder if it's possible that pushing buttons could make it easier to turn this bolt. Seems unlikely, but we'll try it. Oh! The sluice gates open and water pours through the dam. That seems positive? Let's back up. Okay. North. Push yellow button. South. Okay. Turn bolt with wrench. Okay, great. That's what I was trying to do. I don't remember if this is good or not, but I wanted to do it. And I've done it. Sluice gates are open and water rushes through the dam. The water level behind the dam is still high. Okay. There's a control panel here on which a large metal bolt is mounted. Directly above the bolt is a small green plastic bubble which is glowing serenely. Okay. I am now going to drop the wrench. What else do I have? Screwdriver. We're gonna have to make some choices here. So let's take the sack, the bottle, the knife. Well, let's maybe leave the knife. Rope. Matchbook. Okay, can I take the knife? Okay, we'll leave that then. And I'm gonna move my star. So we're just gonna leave some items here at the dam and hope that nothing important disappears. Hello, Efton. Good to see you. Marchtober indeed. It has begun. Chill beats and text games to march to. Exactly. I hope you're doing good. Know a lot more about how dams are supposed to work now than when I played this game, and I'm not at all sure that it helps. Yeah, who knows how much the people that wrote this game knew about dams. My guess is probably not that much, but I could be wrong. Okay. So my hope here is that this is connected to the loud room. Like, we know that there's rushing water that seems to be causing the loud sounds in there. So I'm hoping that if we wait long enough... Okay, the water level behind the dam is low. Like, if the water level gets low enough and there's no more water, hopefully the loud room will be less loud and we'll be able to think when we're in there. And then we can get, I think, our first treasure, the platinum bar. That's the dream. I don't know if any of that is correct, but we'll find out. What's there to know about dams, really? Beaver make them and they can't even read. That's true. Okay, so... pass to the north, south, and west, and a scrambled down. Oh, a scrambled down. That sounds like... potentially a way we can't come back from? I don't know quite what they mean by a scramble down, but it sounds like something that you might not be able to come back up from. Let's try west. Reservoir south. You're in a long room, to the north of which was formerly a lake. However, with the water level lowered, there is merely a wide stream running through the center of the room. There's a path along the stream to the east or west, a steep pathway climbing southwest along the edge of a chasm, and a path leading into a canyon to the southeast. Okay, so we've clearly affected this room, which is cool. Are you down with the noun down? Yes. Reservoir... Let's see. I gotta examine where I want to put this on my map here. I think I might put it back over here. See if I regret it. Okay, so we have path along the stream to the east or west. So I assume east is back? Yeah. So we can continue going west. Steep pathway climbing southwest along the edge of a chasm. And a path leading into a canyon to the southeast. Deep canyon. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. So, let's redraw this. And then we'll go back northwest. Okay. So we have west, east, southwest. Oh, along the edge of a chasm. Is that actually... Yes. Okay. Okay. And then northeast. Okay. How much of the stream is just going to be me erasing things on my map and redrawing them? Most of it, probably. Be nice to have a mostly useful map, even if it's not perfect. Okay. Pro tip, if a dam upstream from you is in the process of failing, move quickly. That is a good pro tip. Okay. So, oh, I didn't relabel this. Okay, so let's go west, which we haven't done yet. Stream view. You're standing on a path beside a gently flowing stream. The path follows the stream, which flows from the west to the east. Okay, let's keep going west. The stream emerges from a spot too small for you to enter. Ah, okay. I'm gonna put a question mark there. Like, anytime it mentions like something that's too small for us to go in, like you made it seem like a path, but then you told me it's too small. Like, that makes me wonder if there's some way to, you know, widen it or become smaller. Okay. So, can we cross the stream? Ah, the other side is a sheer rock cliff. Okay. What about here? North of which was formerly a lake, however, with the water level lowered, there's merely a wide stream running through the center of the room. So, we can go north from here into the reservoir. Now that we've lowered the water. You're on what used to be a large lake, but which is now a large mud pile. There are shores to the north and south. Lying half buried in the mud is an old trunk bulging with jewels. Hell yes. But we can't pick it up because that's going to be really heavy. Okay. We're discovering where the treasures are, and isn't that what's most important? We're also running out of room on the map again. I'm going to move the reservoir to a different eraser bits everywhere. Okay. Where to put this? I'm going to put it here. Knowing things you can do in item locations is indeed a big part of it, though the game score system fails to recognize this. Right, like, with Colossal Cave, which I have played more recently, like, definitely a huge part of that game is just learning where everything is and different ways to solve problems. And, like, it's extremely unlikely you're gonna get through the whole game on like your first playthrough, even if you're like saving and restoring frequently and stuff. So yeah, like just exploring and learning everything is definitely the big goal right now. Also learning how to deal with pirate frustration, indeed. Okay, so I'm gonna put a star here again to remind me that there's treasure. So I think we can go further north, yeah, to the other side, the other shore. Had a weird book of how to beat video games as a kid someone gave to me as a present. Nice. You're in a large cavernous room, the south of which was formerly a lake. However, with the water level lowered, there is merely a wide stream running through there. There's a slimy stairway leaving the room to the north. There's a handheld air pump here. Decaf Jedi, hello! Welcome, welcome. Great to see you again. What were you playing tonight? I think you were playing more, more Life is Strange Before the Storm. Nice. Welcome, everyone. I'm Robot Splacer or Spacer if you prefer, and we're playing Zork I. This isn't the version we're playing, but it's basically the same thing. This is my original floppy disk that I played as a kid on a Macintosh. And I even have my original manual. I recently picked up a copy of The Lost Treasures of Infocom, and we're playing the version off the CD-ROM just because that was easier for me to grab. It's pretty much the same thing. But I played this when I was very young, like probably 10 to 12 years old, a bunch. A lot of it with my mom, and then later on my own. And then 20 years later, I finally beat it. And now I'm playing it again, and I don't really remember how to do anything. But I at least have some vague memories, and that's honestly very helpful. Good stuff. Glad to hear it. And if anyone is not following Decaf Jedi, I would highly recommend it. Wonderful streamer. Plays lots of great stuff that definitely overlaps a lot with my own interests. So if you enjoy my streams, I'm sure you'll enjoy Decaf Jedi. Does Lost Treasures have Mac support? It does. It's great. It's got both Mac and DOS versions of all the games on it. Both volumes 1 and 2 do. I think I have the CD-ROM release of the first volume. There was a floppy disk version, and I think for that there were separate Mac and DOS versions. But the CD-ROM version has both in one, which is great. Remember buying a copy of The Lost Treasures in a bargain bin at KV Toys. Nice. Lost Treasures exists for Apple IIgs. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's great. Yeah, they ported their games to a lot of systems back in the day. But I'm a little bit surprised that by the time the compilation came out that they would bother to do a 2GS version. But that's cool. Okay, so we have a slimy stairway leaving the room to the north. I'm intrigued by that. And a handheld air pump. We probably don't have the capacity to take the pump. Yeah, okay. I'll put another star here just to remind myself that there's something of interest here. And then let's go up this slimy stairway. Atlantis room. Ooh, okay. I kind of remember... This might be an area that it took me a long time to get to. Like, I kind of remember this one, but not super well. I definitely forgot about it until just this moment. This is an ancient room long underwater. There is an exit to the south and a staircase leading up. On the shore lies Poseidon's own crystal trident. So that's clearly one of our 20 treasures that the manual described. But again, we don't have... I could drop some things and pick it up. But until we find a better route back to the treasure case, I think it's not worth picking things up. I know the thief will steal them. So it's probably not worth it. Okay, let's continue up. This is a tiny cave with entrances west and north and a staircase leading down. Is this the same cave we were at before? It is. How'd we get here? Here's my map so far. This is where we seem to have wound up. We were way over here. This map is kind of chaotic. Like, there's different levels here, so probably some of this should really be on top of other bits. But it's still kind of weird that we were way up here. Like, I ran out of room up here, and we were up here, and we kept going up also. We went upstairs twice. but now we're back here. And also, I don't think there's any way to get back to the Atlantis room from here. That's fine, but interesting. Because I think we're better off exploring other areas at this point. So let's see, I went up again. Okay. Whoops. Internal coherency? Who needs it? Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. So we explored all this pretty well. I think the big thing down here that we haven't explored is west of the troll room. I'm pretty sure that leads to the maze of twisty little passages all alike. But I think I have the knowledge and items to solve that. Emphasis on think. We'll try it. Okay. This is where it starts to get very helpful that I have a map. Oh, wait. What? Cold? Oh. Oh, no. What? Oh. Is this actually different? Okay, so so we have this mirror room. I don't remember what the deal is with the mirror. But I'm wondering if we're actually in a different space than where we first found the mirror room. Like maybe there's a different area that's like very similar. The other strong possibility is that by opening the sluice gates at the dam and emptying the water, we have affected this area here. It's a cold and damp corridor with a long east-west passageway turns into a southward path. Like this room is completely different. Before this was narrow passageway and it was north-south. Okay, so let's try... We can't go east. Slide room. Oh, this fucking room. This is a small chamber which appears to have been part of a coal mine. On the south wall of the chamber, the letters Granite Wall are etched in the rock. To the east is a long passage, and there's a steep metal slide twisting downward. To the north is a small opening. So I remember the letters Granite Wall. I'm trying to figure out a good way to explain this with like what little I could remember of it. There's some weird things like this in the game that like, why are the letters Granite Wall etched in the rock here? Like, I feel like this is nothing, but it puzzled me for a long time. Although, I like this reminds me of a little bit of like Zizzy and Colossal Cave. Like, is it possible this is a spell that will take me here? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure there's things in this game that like seem like they must be a puzzle but are not. Again, it's been a long time. I usually label my walls wall in case I forget. That's good. Okay, so I think the steep metal slide is going to take us back to the cellar. There was mention of a metal slide there. That's potentially useful. To the north is a small opening. it bothers me that I don't know where we are. East. So if I go west, twisting passage. This is different. In the other area, it was a winding passage. Okay, so we're not in the same space that I thought we were in. I'm out of space again here. Okay, so... Okay, here's the cave. I think I'm just gonna do... I'm just gonna do this. Let's see. West and north and staircase leading down. Okay, I think down, yeah, okay. Alright. So this is cave, and this is very similar to the other mirror room area. I kind of wonder if there's a way to travel between the two or something? I'm pretty sure there's something with the mirror. It's not just a mirror. West and north, the staircase leading down. Okay. So let's go west, and that's twisting passage. And there are exits east and north. You're in a large square room with tall ceilings. On the south wall is an enormous mirror which fills the entire wall. There are exits on the other three sides of the room. So let's save first. It's always good to save before you do something weird. Let's touch the mirror. There's a rumble from deep within the earth and the room shakes. Okay. I think we have transported to the other room now. Yeah. Okay. Great. This is very useful. I'm just going to put an arrow down here and an arrow down here to remind myself that that is a passageway. Okay. I think now that we know it's a different space, I think we'll go back and explore this mirror area first. For some reason, I always did rub mirror, but I don't know why. That's interesting. Verb choices are always kind of interesting to me. Like, a lot of people seem to default to get when taking an item, whereas I default to take. I think that might be just because, you know, this game was my first experience with things like this, and they, yeah, like take is the verb they use in the manual. So I think that's why I tend to use take in any text game, even though get is a whole letter shorter. Yeah, that's because of all the cleaning I had to do in my house growing up. Okay. So now if we go north from here, we're back in Cold Passage. This is a cold and damp corridor where a long east-west passageway turns into a southward path. So I think one of these directions we couldn't actually go, yeah. I'm just going to double check we can't go north. Okay. So west to to the slide room. This is a small chamber which appears to have been part of a coal mine. On the south wall of the chamber, the letters granite wall are etched in the rock. To the east is a long passage, and there's a steep metal slide twisting downward. I'm going to make myself a note. Slide room. Granite wall. To the east is a long passage, and there's a steep metal slide twisting downward. Metal slide. You ever start cooking rice because you want a snack and then realize it's almost midnight? A very normal time to eat rice. I don't know that I've ever cooked rice for myself as a snack. So I would have to say no. But I do think that eating a snack at midnight is not really that weird. Oh, Mousimus, that is a good observation and understandable confusion. The second number is not actually the maximum score. The second number is our number of steps. Let's see, if we type score, I think we can get... Yeah. Your score is 40 out of a total of 350 points in 243 moves. This gives you the rank of amateur adventurer. I don't remember if the number of moves really matters in this game. But certainly there are things like, I know our lantern power is limited. I don't know how much. Well, I'm going to put a fried egg on it. I'm not just going to eat rice with rice flavor. I mean, I think that's fine. Okay, slide room. So we can go east to a long passage. Oh, there's also... Can we go north? Okay, we can. It said a small opening, so I'm like, is this another situation where it's going to tell me it's actually too small to go through? Mine entrance. You're standing at the entrance of what might have been a coal mine. The shaft enters the west wall, and there's another exit at the south end of the room. Squeaky room. You're in a small room. Strange squeaky sounds may be heard coming from the passage at the north end. You may also escape to the east. Your sword is glowing with a faint blue glow. This area I remember quite well. Running out of room again. North. And that's it. Okay. So... I know there's things to do here, but I think we'll come back later. I really want to try to figure out how to get out of here. And I know that way's not going to get us. I'm pretty sure that that way's not going to get us there. Oh. What? Oh. Eep. I think I got my east and west confused when I was drawing this map. Okay, so there's no way to go west from here. There's east where we came from, the cold passage, and then we can go down the slide. I think we'll go down the slide. It will get us pretty close to where I want to explore next, which is the maze. So we're here, and then I'm pretty sure the slide will take us down the cellar, which is where we first came in the underground area. So let's go down. cellar. Obviously, that's a one-way path. Oop. Go up, slide. The chute doesn't lead upward. Huh. What? Go up ramp. Huh. I mean, it says it's unclimbable, but it's weird that it says it doesn't lead upward. You can't do that. Okay. All right. Troll room. Bloody axe here. Load is too heavy. I was trying to remember if taking the axe gets us any points. All right. Maze. This is part of a maze of twisty little passages, all alike. I'm just gonna... This is gonna be its own page, I think. I definitely don't have room for it here. And there might be room for it here, but I'm just gonna assume there's not. Okay. I'm going to give a little space on the right side just in case some other areas loop back around. I'll probably end up not having enough room. So this is back to the troll room. Okay. So I've talked about this room a lot, or this maze a lot, because this type of maze first appears in Colossal Cave, and it's pretty complicated because all of the room descriptions are identical, and it's very difficult to map out because well, let me save. And like we've seen elsewhere, sometimes if you go north, then going south doesn't necessarily take you back to where you were. But if the rooms are labeled uniquely, it's easy to figure that out. Like you go north, you go south, you're like, oh, I'm not where I thought I would go back to. But, you know, if you've been drawing a map, you know, you might have that area mapped out already. If not, you at least know you're somewhere else and you can eventually figure out what happened there. But in the maze, everything is just maze. So we go north, we're in part of a maze of twisty little passages all alike. So there's no way to tell these rooms apart. And this is probably the biggest thing in this game that I struggled with until I finally saw... I read something or other that kind of explained it like many years after I first played the game. So we have a bunch of items. The tricky part here is we want some of these items. We probably want most of them, but we can hopefully come back and get them later. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. Let's drop a matchbook here. Dropped. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to remember how I did this. Like, there's a maze exactly like this in Colossal Cave. There's been mazes similar to this in other games I've played, like I think Mystery House is the one I'm thinking of that had a forest. I know it was one of Roberta Williams' early games for Apple II. But my approach was to basically give each room a number to identify them, and then elsewhere keep track of what item is in each numbered room. So in this first room, we're calling 1, and we've dropped a matchbook. So now, when we look at this room, there's a matchbook here. So we've made the room unique. The lamp appears a bit dimmer. Great. So now if we go north, we can tell immediately that we're in the same room. So north is just a loop back around. I'm going to draw that like that. Let's see if we can go east to get back where we were. Okay, great. South. Okay, so now there's no matchbook here, so we know we're in a different place. Let's drop... what do we have? Rope? Drop a rope. Okay. So I'm going to start out drawing this directly south of here, but this isn't necessarily correct. So we might want to move things around later. So let's try going north and see if we end up back at the matchbook. Okay, we can't go north. East? Okay, we're somewhere else. You know what? I'm going to restore real quick. I think we can save time by doing some saving and restoring here. So let's drop the matchbook again. And then go south and drop the rope. I'll make a second maze save. Torsten Bronger, hello, asks, are you turning around when entering a room or are the rooms shifting? That is a good question. I'm fairly sure from experience of having gotten through this before that we're just getting turned around. I don't think the rooms change at all. I believe the paths are consistent. It's just made difficult by your inability to tell them apart and the unexpected routes that sometimes happen. Res Mason, sorry, gotta bail. Have a great Zork. Thank you. I hope you have a great weekend too, and thanks for hanging out. Adventure Josh said, I think some Infocom games pulled similar shenanigans, but you had something that made for easy marking, like a bag of gold, drop 1 gold, drop 2 gold, etc. Interesting. Silver says, not gonna lie, I got a bit of a flashback once I saw that maze room description. Okay, so we have a save, and we tried going east. Let's try west. Okay, south. Okay, so south took us back to room 1. So now I can make my map more accurate. Also, we know we couldn't go other directions. So hopefully this is okay. Although, I guess, well, damn it. This is going to be, like, I think this maze is not even that big. It's just, it's going to take forever to map out because it's so complicated. Okay, so let's just do this. I'm going to put it right here. And then this line is going to come like this. So there's our room 2. Okay. So now let's just restore. Okay. So we're in room 2. So if we go south, we're back in room 1. We go south again, we're back here. East. Oh, we do have an east. Okay. That's okay. There's no west. And there's no north, right? Ooh, do we have... Okay. I can't remember if we have to worry about the diagonal directions. I kind of think we don't. I hope I'm right. Colossal Cave is clearly trying to represent an area that's just hard to find your way through. Zork is a little more magical, so what's the mechanism? In a way, it is your imagination that is the limit. The maze doesn't change. But the maze doesn't change the links on you. Interesting. I'm not quite sure I follow, and also I haven't done this one in a long time, so I don't remember if there are differences in how this works compared to Colossal Cave. The only thing I remember for sure is like the basic solution of using items to differentiate them helps. Also, it's worth noting Colossal Cave has 2 mazes, which are similar but very different. Colossal Cave also has a maze where all the rooms have subtly different descriptions. So in that case, you can tell them all apart. You just have to read very carefully and make sure not to get things mixed up. Hello, I'm not sure how to read your username. MST3KXer91, welcome. If there's a better way to pronounce your username, let me know. You found the maze room, oh boy. Yeah, we've been chatting a little bit about it. Fortunately, I have dealt with this maze before, but it's been a while, so I'm sure it'll take me some time to get through it. I got it, great, okay. Silver says it also has one that looks like a maze, but it's really just an endless loop in the same room. Yeah. Okay, so we're in the rope room. Okay, so we can go east. Let's go east. And for now, I'm not going to worry about diagonal directions unless it seems like I've goofed up. Let's drop a bottle here. I think I'm not going to... Well, let's just do a very light 3. Okay, so let's save. Well, I'm not going to save, actually. Let's go west. Okay, so it is actually directly east. That's so simple. Okay. So there's our bottle, and then north. That's new. Okay, so we want to back up. Basically, my approach here with the saving and restoring is if I end up somewhere new, then I don't want to go that way yet. I want to figure out all known directions first. Which I think will ultimately save me some time. Okay, so going south from here took us back to room 1. The question is, which direction? West, maybe? No. Dr. CDCS, hello! Welcome! Thank you so much for coming by. Hope you had a great stream. What were you playing? You've been playing a game for a long time, and I know you've been doing a lot of mapping, but I can't remember the name of the game. But I hope you had a great stream, and I hope you've been making progress. Ruin Pixels, Nightmare44, Tuigia, great to see y'all. It was a great stream. Excellent. If anyone is not following Dr. CDCS already, highly recommend it. Wonderful streamer. Plays a lot of interesting games as well. Oh, that was Shadows of Cairn. Finished it on Wednesday. Okay, nice, nice. Tuigia, also a great streamer. Plays a lot of adventure games. Currently playing Skyrim for the first time. You're welcome. Okay, so we're playing Zork. I'm Robot Spacer. I played this as a kid. In fact, I still have the original floppy disk I played it on, and the manual. I did not solve it as a kid, but 20 years later, I played it again. And now it's been another 15 years, maybe? I'm not sure exactly. But it's been a while, and I wanted to play it again, mostly because I've never streamed it, and I frequently reference it on stream just because it was basically my first adventure game of any kind, and it introduced me to a lot of like puzzle mechanics and this whole twisty maze that originally came from Colossal Cave. So So I thought it'd be fun to finally play it on stream. Oh, you've been playing The Crew as well. Right. It's an Ubisoft racing game that's getting shut down in 30 days, so it'll be a distant memory. Oh, that's such a bummer that that's happening. Like, it sucks that that's such an issue with modern games. Although it does seem like fairly often someone eventually figures out how to, like, run a custom server for it and stuff like that, so maybe it'll be back someday. Adventure Josh says, I think of Macs as so much newer than Zork, but I guess it's only 2 years. Yeah, the first Mac was 1984. Zork was originally 77, but the Infocom release that probably more people are familiar with was in, I think, in 80. And I think the Mac version was 81, something like that. Or no, the Mac version would have been 84 at the earliest, obviously, because there was no Mac in 81. This is an emulator called Mini VMac. Although I have both my original Mac and a Mac Plus I acquired recently that actually runs, I am not able to stream from them in a way that works very well. No video out, at least until I figure out how to add that. So I'd have to, like, point a camera at the screen. And although I did do that once for a little brief demo stream, it's definitely not a great regular setup. But Mini VMac is great. I like it a lot for early Mac stuff. Dr. CCS said, one can hope it's not fine gaming by any means, but it's fun turn of your brain racing experience. Good. There was a show on AMC called Halt and Catch Fire. I fucking loved that show. They had an episode where one of the main characters was playing Colossal Cave, as the series was set in 83, so they had an online version of the game in tribute. Yeah. That's a really cool show. It's a drama that references a lot of, like, early gaming stuff in a fictionalized way for the most part. Also has some mentions of, like, the Mac launch and stuff like that. I really enjoyed it, and I love all the little references to, like, real world things. There's also a game in there that the game studio that the show features is making a game that's basically Habitat, which is a very cool Lucasfilm game. Unsecret Crush says, quite correctly, it also has a cast full of hot people, and several of them are even bisexual. Yes. Important. Okay, where were we? Thinking about hot people now. Okay, no, we just restored. Where am I? There's a rope here. Okay, so in room 2. And if we go east... Oh, right. This is before I drop the bottle here. So let's do that and override our save. Okay. So I think we didn't ever figure out... Okay, we can't go south. You can go east? No, can't go east? Wait. Oh no. Oh no! Okay. This maze might be a little different than I remembered. Let's try that again. Okay. So we're in what I've labeled room 3. And we have some twisty passages here, but they seem accurate. If I go west, I'm back in the rope room. Okay. If I go east, I'm back here. Okay, so that's... Whoops. Okay, so that's consistent. What happened there? I'm so confused about what happened there. Like, it almost seemed like something changed and the maze was no longer behaving the same way it was. But maybe I just got confused. I swear, before I restored, I went out of some exit in this room and wound up in our initial room, which I've labeled 1. But then we started talking for a while. And I don't know if I just am misremembering or not. The IF Library Interactive Fiction had a website called The Brass Lantern. I used to check out all kinds of stuff there. Nice. Okay, so we're in a new room now. I'm just gonna not worry about whatever was going on before. We'll figure it out eventually. Let's drop our sack here. And then I'm just gonna kind of pencil in room 4. Sack. All you needed was an interpreter program and you were all set. Yeah, there's still a lot of interactive fiction being made these days, and I think generally, or at least a large amount of it is made, you know, so you can just play it in whatever interpreter you have, which is cool. So you can, like I've previously just played stuff in Terminal on my Mac with, I think I used Frotz. That's one I've used previously, at least. Highly non-trivial. Zork indeed. Welcome. Dronon, good to see you. One day if I ever try streaming, I want to try an old text adventure called World. I never finished it when I was young. Interesting. I don't know that one is familiar to me. Okay, let's do another save. Got pretty far, but my copy was glitched. Saving the game would make all your inventory disappear. Oh, that's painful. That is painful. I'm trying to remember. There's a lot of different versions of Colossal Cave, but like the one that's considered like the canonical version is the one I played. Well, I played a port of it. And I'm trying to remember what exactly was the deal with saving in there. I think you just lost points for it. So you could do it, but if you wanted the maximum score, you couldn't. So just because of the design of the game, I feel like we ended up not really saving very often. I knocked the pen off the table. Man, I have not taken a break. I should probably do that at some point. Okay, so we're in room 4. I have concerns about my map, but let's try to figure out if we can get from room 4 to anywhere else. Okay, we can't go south. Okay. West took me back to the bottle room. You know what? I'm gonna redraw this whole thing right over here. So here's 1. And well, this is tricky. So this goes like that, basically. It's tricky without knowing how things are going to run into each other later. But I can improve it a little bit, at least, I think. So here's 4, 3, 2, and then 1. It's not pretty, but we can do that. It's a little bit cleaner. And then we have X, X. Good to keep track of which directions don't go anywhere. Okay. Neji GG, thank you and welcome. This is, let's see, I think I got a command here. Yeah. Drop Alt keyboard with cherry brown switches, which I like a lot. Got a nice sound to it. And the MT3 Extended 2048 set by Beep. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but that's the best I got. It's a very Apple-inspired set. It's got proper command key, and it's got a bunch of fun little keys like this with the Mac Finder guy, and I like the floppy disks and stuff. Also survived a brief encounter with some ginger ale. Yes, it did. Fortunately, it was only a little bit, and the way it's designed, like I don't think any of the ginger ale actually got into anything dangerous. But I did make sure to thoroughly clean it and let it dry for a few days. Zork is over 40 years old. Don't I know it? It's as old as me. And I'm definitely over 40 years old. Okay. So we know west goes back to 3. And, well, okay, west from here goes back to 3. I think we tried south, yeah. And what about north? Ah, okay. That works out great. Because that took us back to our starting room. So now we just got to figure out what path out of here goes back to 4. Let's try west. Yes. Okay. Perfect. I drew my map perfectly. Okay, so north goes back there. Good. And west goes back here. And then east is a dead end. Okay. Came out in 80. The Infocom version came out in 80. The original MIT version was 77. I'm one adventure older than you. Nice. I was a kid when it came out, so I'm happy I can see someone playing it. Excellent. Okay, so we're in a dead end. This is at least nice because it has its own name. The question is it really a dead end? Let's make sure. Whoops, that's not a direction. Oh, we can go south. Oh, okay. There's a lot of O's there. Okay. So, whoops, east and then west. Okay. So the path we took here curved around. So it is a dead end with only one exit. I just had the layout of things a little bit off. And we gotta make sure that this exit clear. Okay. So now I think we've mapped out room 234 correctly. So now let's go back to room 1. South. This is a point where I could probably pick up some of my items, but I'm going to leave them for now because I still have a few. I don't want to drop my lantern or sword, but the other two I can use as mapping items. The MIT version was built in 1977. If you had access to what passed for the internet in the 70s, you could play it. True. MST3K says, funny you should mention that. My dad told me one time when he was teaching school, in Navy school, they were playing a game called Dungeon on a PDB-10. Nice. I think that's the system that Colossal Cave was originally on, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we're in the sack room 4. So if we go north, we can get back to our starting room. And then I think we just have north from here. Oh, right, that goes back around. Huh. Okay. So what... Are we missing up and down, or do we have diagonals to worry about? Okay. Okay. Let's go south into our second room. There's a rope here. So we've gone... We can't go west. We can't go north. Up. Down. Ah. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. You won't be able to get back up to the tunnel you are going through when it gets to the next room. Maze. You're in a maze of twisty little passages all alike. There's a brown sack here. Okay, so we went down in 2 and wound up in 4. So I'm just going to put an arrow down here that says 4. Complicated. Okay, so I think that's probably what we're missing here. Like, I still haven't found anywhere in the maze where we can go diagonally, so I don't think that's a concern. But certainly, if we run out of options, I will explore that further. Okay, so look, if I can't go up, can I go down? Okay. So let's go west. This is room 3. Up. Ah. This is part of a maze of twisty little passages all alike. A skeleton, probably the remains of a luckless adventurer, lies here. Beside the skeleton is a rusty knife. The deceased adventurer's useless lantern is here. There is a skeleton key here. An old leather bag, bulging with coins, is here. Also, I was like, ooh, I wonder if I could put more things in that bag. And then I remembered I have a sack that I haven't tried putting anything else in. I think you can put more stuff in the sack. And I think that will allow me to carry a little bit more, if I remember right. Okay. So we went up from 3 and found a new room. See, I'm gonna just write up here and down over here. And we'll call this 5, and then over here, I'll label it skeleton. Okay, let's save. It's been a little bit here. We'll do a new save. Take all. Oh, well, yeah, I didn't really want to take the skeleton, but a ghost appears in the room. Oh, no. Oh, no. A ghost appears in the room and is appalled at your desecration of the remains of a fellow adventurer. He casts a curse on your valuables and banishes them to the land of the living dead. The ghost leaves, muttering obscenities. Skeleton key taken. Rusty knife. As you touch the rusty knife, your sword gives a single pulse of blinding blue light. Taken. Burned out lantern, your load is too heavy. This is why I saved. Take all, it like, I learned from the, there were some rusty chests earlier that like crumbled to dust when I tried to take them. So like that very quickly reminded me that take all, it can be a little bit dangerous. But I didn't expect to accidentally desecrate the skeleton. That was my mistake. Fully on me. The rusty knife is interesting. I don't know if that means we should leave it there. I think I'll leave it for now and just make a note that there's a rusty knife here. Okay, so let's take the key and... Oh. They didn't even mention everything. Because there was no mention of the bag. Take the bag. Maybe because we... Okay. Look in bag. There are lots of coins in there. We're up to 50 points. Okay, so can we put anything else in the bag is the question. Put key in bag. Don't be silly. It wouldn't be the leather bag of coins anymore. That's fair. That's completely fair. Okay. Thanatos13 official. Hello, welcome, y'all. I hope you had a great stream. What were you up to? Oh, an art stream. Blender and other art stuff. Nice. I hope you had a nice time. Feel free to share what you are making in Blender, but if you need to raid and run or whatever, no worries at all. And Thanatos was a fellow Decemberist. Definitely worth a follow. I'm still stuck in December on Tuesdays. I've been playing Maupiti Island, and it's a very, very difficult game, but I've been enjoying it a lot, so I'm going to keep at it until I finally get through it. And I just finished my other December game, Conquest of Camelot, last week. So it's taken me a while, but I'm getting there. December never ends. It seems that way. So we're playing Zork, which I played as a kid and never solved until like 20 years later. And now I'm playing it yet again because I mentioned it a lot on stream and I've never streamed it. So I've also forgotten quite a lot of it. So I thought it'd be fun to go back to it and see how much I can figure out now. Okay, so we got some... this might be the first treasure we've actually picked up. One Legend employee said that the Infocom parser was superior to the Legend parser. Wonder what this power was used for. You know, I've never played any of the Legend games. I watched some people stream a couple of them, and I would like to eventually. It's the interface for those is interesting because you can kind of play those mostly by just clicking on you have a list of like verbs and nouns at all times, although I don't know if there are some things you have to type, but it's a neat design. Okay. Let's make a wooden gate for a game that I've been trying to develop since 7th grade, 25 now. Oh, nice. That's great. I've spent a lot of time over the years making games, but I don't think I've stuck at any one of the games for quite that long. There have been a couple of them that I kept at for a while before I finally decided the idea was just too complicated for me to ever finish. I have been working on a game on stream since last March that I'm hoping to I'm hoping to finish this March, although that was the idea I had before I decided I would play Zork. So we'll see. But after this, after we get through Zork, I want to get back to that and hopefully wrap it up sometime soonish. We're pretty close to being done with it. So it's a simple point and click style game with some text parser stuff as well. I was talking about taking a break 40 minutes ago, but wonderful people keep raiding, and I hate to take a break immediately after a raid, so I'm gonna wait just a little bit longer, and hopefully no one else will raid. Got the basic map layout down for the first map, made it an ultimate Doom builder, made textures in Krita, and attached everything in Blender. Nice! That's fantastic. Very, very cool. Adventure Josh said, essentially the parser tech for Infocom was a distillation of a decade of computing research. Nice. I really should learn more about all that at some point. I've absorbed a lot of little bits over the years, but never really dug into it as much as I would like. Oh, before that, Adventure Josh said, that's not surprising. MIT nerds have been working on language processing for quite a while. Most game programmers never work on that stuff. Right, right. Torsten Bronger says, Legend was formed by ex-Infocom folk. I did not know that. I don't know whether the parser wizards were among them, though. You've been live without a break for over 3 hours, my dude. Yeah. Judge Judy pointing me. Okay, so we got all the stuff we really want here, I think. I am curious. I'm curious if there's any potential, like, I'm pretty sure the skeleton, when we got cursed and our belongings were sent away, I'm pretty sure that was like a place that we can actually go to. It's not easily accessible, but I believe it is accessible. So we probably could have got that stuff back. And I also wonder if there's like possibly some sort of puzzle there. But I don't want to be cursed unless I know it's okay. Unless I know it's necessary, I'm going to avoid getting cursed. And also desecrating a skeleton. And then the rusty knife has me curious also. But we'll leave that here. And we're not going to take the lantern because it says it's useless. Yeah. Adventure Josh says, the man also have just not felt it was worth it to rebuild the same stuff from scratch. Like, I think Infocom was in a legal position to just reuse the designs from MDL, which means, reusing purpose-built parser code, saving years of dev time. Legend probably just wasn't blessed in the same way. Right, that makes sense. Midnight Rice is ready. Nice. Thanatos said, the thing is, I know what I want in my game problem is getting it to work. I've been meaning to ask if you wouldn't mind helping me build it via commissions. I would love to do that, but unfortunately I just do not have the time. I honestly, I would love to spend more time making any sort of games, but unfortunately I just don't have the time. But thank you for asking. And I hope you manage to get there, whether by finding help or getting through it on your own. Okay, so where can we go from here? We went up to get here, so let's first check if we can go back down. Okay, how about south? No. West? No. Did I save? Let's save. East? Dead end. Okay. Okay. A straightforward dead end, even. Okay, so Let's go back to that dead end and just make sure we can't go anywhere else here. Southeast. Okay. So we haven't checked north from here. Okay. So north took us back to the bottle, which is 3. Okay. So that means... that means this line has to curve around here. Okay. So it goes up one way and then north to come back. Sure. Oops. I did a bunch of equal signs. Let's try down from here. Can't go down. I'm going to put little X's. I'll put an X when we've checked both up and down in a room. So, okay. North, up, down, okay. So west will take us to 4, and then west again will take us to 3, and west again will take us to 2, which we could have just gone south to get here, but that's okay. So down takes us back to 4, but up does nothing. Huh. So once again, I feel like we've checked all the directions. Let's go back east and then up. So now we're in 5. Down, up. Do I need to start checking diagonals? So here's the thing with the maze. I'm pretty sure that the thief's hideout is somewhere through the maze. I'm not 100% positive that's correct, but that's how I remember it. And also, I mentioned a map by Aaron A. Reed of the entire Zork, all 3 games. And I'm pretty sure when I glanced at that map, I saw the thief's hideout adjacent to the maze. So, like, I think that's correct. So I feel like I'm missing something here. Obviously, we found a treasure. So it could be that's all there is. Like, maybe it's just adjacent to it. But I feel like I'm missing something. So I think we'll try... We'll try all the diagonal directions now. The pirate's hideout was an amazing Colossal Cave. That's true. And we do know this is very inspired by... Like, definitely, like, I feel like the Colossal Cave... The thief in this game is very directly inspired by the pirate in Colossal Cave. Oh, interesting. Thanatos said, a buddy of mine told me that Harvard has some temporary free online classes, one of them being game design, which I'm taking. It's teaching me how to make a Pong game with Lua and Love. That's cool. I've been learning a little bit of Lua for Playdate development, which is a little... It's this little guy, which is a fun little handheld system made by a company called Panic. And you can make games for that with Lua or C. And Lua seemed more approachable and perfectly fine for the stuff I'm doing. And I was reading about Love the other day, which looked interesting. I was specifically looking for if there was a cross-platform game engine I could use to write games in Lua and have them compatible with various systems. And Love was one that came up. Silver says, if you learn Lua, you can also migrate pretty easily over to Defold, which uses Lua for logic. Ah, okay. Which is totally free and now has the ability to release on Switch, PS4, and PS5. Defold. I should check that one out. That didn't come up in my searching the other day. Mac, Windows, Web, Switch, PS4, PS5, and Linux. Nice. Adventure Josh says, if you're writing performance-sensitive stuff, putting puzzle logic and stuff in Lua is often an overall time saver. Right. Okay. So let's do... okay. So Southwest got us somewhere, and it's somewhere new. So that was from room 5, the skeleton. So this is, we're going to call this 6, and we'll drop the screwdriver here. Okay, so first I'm going to do a new save. You know, I just had the thought that once I've mapped this out, I could go back to my first maze save and go through the maze without dropping any items and get all the stuff I want. And that's actually a lot easier than going back and picking things up. Because once I have a good map, I don't need the items to keep track of things. Okay. So we're in 6, where the screwdriver is. Let's figure out how to get back to 5 or some other familiar room. Can't go north. East. Ooh, that's new. We don't want that yet. Oh, I accidentally saved in my World Builder folder. That's fine. Fix that later. West? Okay, west brought us back to the same room. South, you can't go that way. What about up? That's another new... Jeez, okay. Oh, right, we went south. Oh, God. So, northeast? Okay, northwest? Southeast? Southwest? Okay. Down? Okay. Down. So... let me just double check. So, southeast is no, northeast is no, northwest is no. Southwest. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to label this down. Oh, this is so confusing. Okay, west was a loop around. South is nothing. Let's see, southwest, northwest, northeast, southeast. Okay. So fortunately, I feel like there's not many cases where we can go in a diagonal direction, which does make it easier. East. Do you want any of my nighttime rice? You know what? I'll finally take that break right now, and I will take you up on that offer if you're willing to share. I will be back in probably 5 minutes or so, and then we will... I don't have too much longer to stream tonight, but I will do my best to get out of this dang maze. Back in a few. Okay, I have returned. Adventure Josh, thank you for the 100 bits. Don't tell anyone that I had a tiny bit of rice already. Okay, I won't mention it. I did have some rice. It was very good. All right, back to this maze. So ignore this. That's our bad map. This is our good map. I have all my my stuff neatly organized in a drawer now, except the way I sit usually, I apparently am blocking the drawer slightly, which is not ideal. Okay, it's gone now. Oh, there's eraser bits everywhere. Okay, where the heck are we? Let's restore. Oh, and thank you for that follow. Good to have you here. Okay, so now we're in room 6 here. Oh, right, and we went east. So now we're in a new room. Inventory is what I meant. Okay. Okay, so we still have a tube. I don't think I want to drop any of these other things. Just because, well, actually, I guess it's probably fine. Since I had the idea of restoring once I've mapped everything out. I do want to keep the lantern and sword. I think it's probably dark in here if we don't have the lantern, and the sword is important to protect ourselves. But the rest is probably okay to drop if need be. Okay, so we went east to room 7. And we're going to drop the tube here. And then we will save. Let's go back out to here. And then west. Okay. I'm always surprised when it's straightforward. Unfortunately, although that is straightforward, I don't have any way to make it directly east on my map because my map's a disaster. Okay, let's check all the diagonals first. I feel like that's easy to check because they usually don't go anywhere. South, nothing. East. Oh, tube of toothpaste. Oh, so that's a loop around. And then north. Nothing, really. Okay, so I bet we have up or down go somewhere. Up. Ah, okay. So up is somewhere new. Down. Oh, we ran out of music. Let's see, how long is this playlist? Almost 2 hours, and this is our 3rd playthrough. That sounds about right. Oh, down takes us to a dead end. So... down, east, west, south. Okay. What? How do we get... Does the dead end have 2 exits? Huh. Let's restore. Toothpaste. So that's 7. And then we went down. Oh, you won't be able to get back up to the tunnel you're going through when it gets to the next room. Okay. I missed that the first time. Okay. So, oh, and we went south. Okay, so we actually wound up in this dead end here. This is not a distinct room. It's just a one-way path that goes to a room we've been to before. And I guess I need to number my dead ends. We'll name that dead end 1, and this is dead end 2. So that goes to dead end 1. Okay. So let's go back to here, and then up goes somewhere new. And that'll be 8. And what can we drop here? Key? Down. Okay. Up. No. South. Okay, so south takes us back where we were. And then up goes. Okay. Oh, this map is getting messy again. I really like drawing this out, like I'm pretty happy with like part of this, but like things started to get messy here, and I feel like I can kind of like, once I've mapped more of it out, I could like reorganize it to work much better. And I'm a little bit tempted like spend the time to do that and then compare it to other people's you know, maps of this that they've, you know, spent time on trying to organize it logically. I'd be really curious to compare that. I don't know that I will actually do it, but it's very tempting. Okay, so south came back here. I guess I'll just put this here. Just reminds me that someone really needs to make journals full of dry erase laminated pages. Oh gosh. Interesting thought. That reminds me, I ordered 2 of your grid line journals, Silver, and they have now shipped, and they're apparently coming from Germany, which explains why the shipping was a little bit high. I was kind of surprised by that. Okay, so this goes up, but I am excited to get them. They look pretty nice. I chose U.S. suppliers. I'm so sorry. No worries. I kind of assumed that it was like the best you could find because you had to find a replacement. So I wasn't too worried about it. But once I got the shipping notification, I was like, oh, now it makes sense that the shipping seemed kind of high. It was not great for a single journal, but since I decided to get 2 of them, it didn't seem too bad. And since I missed the first one you had picked out, I was like, oh, whatever, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. So, do we drop anything? Oh, yeah, skeleton key in room 8. Okay. So, oh, northwest looped around. That's the first diagonal that's looped around. That's interesting. Northeast. And that got us back to toothpaste. Okay. What? Is that a one-way path to toothpaste? Or did I goof up somehow? Oh, it's probably a diagonal from toothpaste. Okay. So northeast. They do have a US supplier. They're out of stock. Oh, okay. That's funny. I guess they didn't want to keep me from ordering. You'd think they would tell me that if I'm ordering from the US. But yeah, it's no big deal. Like I said, like if I was bothered by it, I would have, said something or simply not ordered. But I figured it was worth mentioning just so you know. Okay, so we're back in toothpaste, which is... Oh, wait, that's 7. Oh. What? That's weird. So there's 2 paths that go back here. We can go up to get to Skeleton Key. We can go south to get to toothpaste. The lamp is definitely dimmer now. That's reassuring. We can go up, and then we can go northeast. And we're back here again. Okay. So there's just 2 paths here. That's fine. Southeast, southwest. Those are both nothing. Okay. So let's try west. Screwdriver. 6. Interesting. Go back to Colossal Cave. Yeah, it's definitely like this is a very like similar experience. So now I've gone from 8 to 6. I went west to 6. That's... I'm not going to be able to read that. But there's no path out of 6 that goes to 8. And this isn't like before where the game made it clear we couldn't go back. So I'm kind of puzzled by that. Let's see. Down. And southwest. Screwdriver. Up. Oh. Up goes somewhere, but we don't know where. This is a new room. Okay. Huh. Where am I? Toothpaste. 7. Okay. So let's go up, and we'll drop the key again, and then save. Okay. I'm going to try north from here. Okay, and then east. Okay. So that's all the exits from there, and then west... Oh. Your sword is glowing with a faint blue glow. I think we're getting close to the thief's hideout. But why did this take me to somewhere else? I don't understand. Oh no. I'm trying to understand why this has occasionally happened where I restore and then I do something and get a different, what seems like a different result than I got last time. Most of the time that doesn't happen, but it sure has seemed like it has happened other times. And I wonder if it's possible that like pathways aren't decided until we go through them or something. But most of the time it's been consistent even after restoring. So I don't think that makes sense. Maybe it's just there's certain paths that have a chance of taking you somewhere else. That seems possible, and it's definitely something Colossal Cave did. So I think that's my best guess. Let's restore. Actually, I'm gonna organize my save files real quick. This won't take long. But it keeps being annoying. Oop, oop, oop. Okay. New folder. Zork saves. Okay. Oh no. Come back. Okay. Skeleton key. Okay, so we're back in 8. So now let's go west again. Okay. So again, we're in a new space and our sword is glowing. So I must have goofed something up or gotten confused when I wound up back at screwdriver. It goes back to toothpaste. Oh, I bet what happened was I took a path and I wound up back in 7, but I was thinking I was still in 8. Because west from 7 takes us back to 6. So that makes sense. Okay. So west from 8 takes us to 9, which is a new room. Oops, I restored the wrong thing. Okay. So 9. Do I have anything left to drop? Okay, bag of coins. That's my last item. Okay. So, let's try the diagonals first. Oh! Oh no! I don't remember a Cyclops. Cyclops room. This room has an exit to the northwest and a staircase leading up. A Cyclops who looks prepared to eat horses, much less mere adventurers, blocks the staircase. From his state of health and the bloodstains on the walls, you gather that he is not very friendly, though he likes people. Your sword has begun to glow very brightly. This seems... I'm gonna just restore my save. So southeast goes to Cyclops room. Good to know. Southeast. I think we checked all the other ones. Huh. Do you think I have what it takes to defeat a Cyclops? I don't. You want a Cyclops room? It probably, if... if you could work out an arrangement where the Cyclops doesn't eat you, it seems like a good way to protect your valuables, I suppose. Or maybe just a good thing to have to brag about. Okay, let's try north. Nothing. West. Skeleton key. Okay. So that's 8. Okay. So basically, west from the skeleton key takes us to the bag room, and then west again takes us back where we were. That's not confusing at all. Okay. South goes to toothpaste, which is 7. Oh, okay. I did it again. I forgot what room I was in. Okay. That's totally what keeps happening. Okay. So now we're in 9 bag. And now I want to go south. Okay. Wait, oh no, that did take us to toothpaste. Okay. Interesting. Down is dead end. That goes to dead end 1 and we're stuck there. Okay. But then west. Just want to make sure. Okay. Yeah. So up, west. Lamp is definitely dimmer now. Okay, so we're sure about where south goes now. Let's try east. That's nothing. Up, down. Okay. So that's... We fully checked that out. Oh, let's do up, down. Okay. Not sure if I checked that. I forgot to do my X to indicate that I've checked those. And I think this one... Yeah, we already know where those go. What about 6? Oh, right. In 6 we had a new place by going up. We don't have anything to mark it with. Okay. I'll drop my sword. I don't feel great about it, but hopefully we're nearing the end of this maze. We've at least found something new, the Cyclops room. Oh, can you empty the bag to get an extra item? That is a very good question. Also, hello, Charcoal Dragon. When the bag of coins, like I tried to put something else in it and then the game was like, then it wouldn't be a bag of coins. So I think it's kind of like it's not really a container. It's a single object. But it is worth trying. I feel like we'll get the same response that it will no longer be a bag of coins, but it's worth trying for sure. Okay. So this is 10. Put the sword here. I still don't know for sure. Well, let's make sure. Okay, it is pitch black with the lantern off. Just wanted to make sure. If you leave 2 coins in, it will still be a bag of coins. That is correct. Very good point. Okay. So up from here takes us to 10, and then north takes us to a screwdriver. Okay, so that's back where we came from. Okay, so up, northeast, northwest. Oh, okay, that loops around. Interesting. It's not the first time that northwest has looped around on us. Southeast, southwest, east. Oh no, I don't have room for east. I've got to restore because we're lost now. Okay. South, west, up, drop sword. Okay, so east went somewhere new. West is also somewhere new. I should have saved before I did that. Man. The tricky thing is, like, I've had the thought that, oh, I could go back and get some of my items that I dropped now that I've had, like, parts of this mapped out. Or I could even go back to my first save in the maze and, like, I can navigate most of this now. Like, I can easily get back to the room we're at now. But the thing is, if I do that, then I won't know if I've come back to a room that I've already mapped out. So I want to do that as little as possible. We can potentially identify rooms in different ways, but it'll just, like, based on, you know, where we go to, the exits that are available, but it'll get complicated. So I want to leave as many items as I can. Also, since we have exits in both directions, I need to move this room 10 down somewhere where I have more space. There's a loop around. Okay. So, where am I now? I'm back at 9, I think? Yeah. Oh, yeah, while we're here, take coins. Open bag. The coins are safely inside. There's no need to do that. Take coins out of bag. Nina Marie, hello! You already have that. Welcome, y'all. Thanks so much for coming by. I hope you had a great time playing Dota. I am playing Zork I, which I still have my original floppy disk for. Macintosh version, naturally. I played this when I was around 10 or 11 a lot.
Hello.
With my mom. And then I finally beat it like 20 years after that. And now it's been another 15 years or so. And I thought I would finally stream it, since I referenced it a lot on stream, because this is like the first adventure game I ever played, and just have a lot of memories of it. And it's a pretty interesting game. It borrows a lot from Colossal Cave, but I think it brings quite a bit of its own as well. Hello, Jelly. Great to see you. Thank you for the hello. Welcome again, Silver. Welcome again, Efton. You don't know where those coins have been. Indeed, we do not. If anyone's not following Nina, I highly recommend it. Wonderful game dev and streamer. So I'm mapping out a maze of twisty little passages all alike, which is very directly borrowed, including like the phrasing from Colossal Cave. But it is a different maze with its own challenges. The process for mapping it out is pretty similar. You have to drop items in each room to be able to differentiate them. Otherwise, the descriptions of the rooms are exactly the same. Glad you like my map. Thank you. It's a little chaotic, but I'm doing my best to keep it readable for my own sake. Love the writing of Zork. Yeah, I do too. I feel like the writing of it was left a strong impression on me. Okay. So we were trying to see if we could take some coins out of this bag, but the game is determined to keep all the coins within the bag. So I'm running out of items to drop is the problem here. It's very minimalist in a way that I really appreciate. Right. Okay. West. Okay. And then we can go up from here. And this is where I've been dropping the sword. And now I'm going to save here. Save us a little bit of backtracking. Squeeze toothpaste. I don't want to waste my weird goo. Okay. So we have 2 paths out of this room that seem to go somewhere new. And oh, I picked up the bag of coins. I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. That gives me another item to drop. Like, if we end up back in room 9, then I'll get confused, but we'll deal with that when we get there. Okay. So 9 has nothing now, and this is going to be our new bag of coins room. And we'll label it 11. Okay, west. West does not take us back where we were. Brass lantern providing light. Why do I love this so much? I don't know, but it is great. Unfortunately, our lantern is getting dimmer. We've done a full year's worth of moves, and it's going to be a problem at some point. I don't know if there's any way we can get more power for the lantern in this game. Succinct and flavorful, yes. Okay, so we're back here in 11, and I'm trying to figure out which path takes us back to where we were, so. South, east, maybe? Okay, east is the one. So again, we have a situation where we go east to get to a room, and then we go east again to get back to where we were. Not at all confusing. Don't think the lamp time limit adds much to the game, but if you just accept that it's going to be a game where you restart sometimes, it's not that big a deal. Yeah. After having played Colossal Cave, like, I'm very much used to that situation, and like, you know, this playthrough has been just a exploratory playthrough. Honestly, my biggest concern is it would suck to have to start the maze over if my lamp dies before I've mapped it all out. Verdant Tree, hello, good to see you. It says, I also like how the game text feels like it's written in the voice of someone talking to you. People don't write like that in games much anymore for fear of breaking the fourth wall or whatever. Yeah, that's a really good point. There's definitely like a voice to it. And I was saying earlier, like, in Colossal Cave, I feel like you can tell the parts where a different person added onto the game. And this game was kind of created in the same way, like written by different people, but it feels a lot more cohesive and the writing feels really consistent. I don't know if Infocom like cleaned up all the text before they released their version of it or what. I really need to learn more about that sometime. Okay, so we're back at Sword East, back to our coins. So let's try southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. Okay. All dead ends. And north, nothing. South, nothing. West, new room. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Interesting. A lean and hungry gentleman just wandered through, carrying a large bag. Finding nothing of value, he left disgruntled. I think that's the thief. I'm pretty sure that's the thief. But we saw the thief earlier, and I'm pretty sure the game referred to him directly as a thief. Curious. So even if different people wrote it, it feels more natural because those... I think it's more so the fact that when we write games now, there's a lot of assumed language that didn't exist back then. So even if different people wrote it, it feels more natural because those preconceived notions didn't exist yet of what game terminology should be or whatever. Right. Okay. So I guess I suppose it's good that we didn't have any valuables on us. Although we did leave some behind. It's possible the thief is going to pick up our bag of coins. And, oh, that might have happened already. Shit. Okay, let's try going east. Yeah, okay. So that was room 11. We wound up back at room 11. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take the sword. And I'm gonna go east. And I'm gonna drop... Oh, no, wait. Okay. The bag of coins is still here. Okay. So we were just in a different room where going east took us back to the sword. Okay. If you look again, does he walk through yet? I'm not sure what you're saying, but looking will use a turn, so the thief might, you know, move around. Unless the thief just moves the treasures around. I don't think the thief will touch my items that are not valuable. Like, he'll definitely take treasures. But I think the coins are the only thing of value that we've dropped. So that one's my main concern. Possibly also the sword, but I'm not sure. The sword might be a concern. I doubt it too. I'm just imagining him behaving like Adventure's Pat. I don't know that I'm familiar with that. Yes, MARCHintosh is a celebration of classic Macintosh retro computing stuff. I first heard about it on Mastodon. A lot of folks participating in it will make like YouTube videos, or just like, you know, restore an old Mac or something like that, and, you know, share details of it. But I thought it'd be a fun thing to participate in on Twitch. Actually, I started making a game in World Builder a year ago for MARCHintosh last year. And I'm hoping to finish that this March, but we'll see. I was going to work on it some more tonight, but I decided I just wanted to play Zork. So here we are. Verdant Trio is going to give you a shout out. It's nearly there. It is very close. I think we just have one screen to add to the game, and then it's done. But there's some art I want to clean up, and I want to take some time to polish up the text and stuff. You're welcome. Okay, so this is a I really need more items. There's too many rooms. And I don't have enough items. So I think what I need to do is go back to like the first 4 rooms or so and take the stuff out of there. And then I can come back here and we can make further progress. So let's go east and then north. That'll take us to 6. And then down. Okay. And then north. Okay. So now we're in 3. Yeah. So I'm going to take the bottle. And how do we get to 2? West. Rope. Take the rope. And go south to 1 and to take the matchbook. Okay, and then if we go west from here, we can take the sack. Okay, so that's another 4 items. Hopefully that'll be enough. Hey, Junior Skeg. This is not Zork. Zork does not have any music. You know, I just remembered there's a Japanese release of Zork. I'm pretty sure that's right. That has like graphics. And I wonder if that one might have music. Oh, I'm not going to try to Google this right now. There are some... Wait, there's a Sega Saturn version of Zork 1? Is that the one I'm thinking of? That's so wild. I'm just going to share this link because it's got... some images. It's got a picture of the disc and yeah, and some screenshots. So like it's got a graphical title screen. Oh, and auto mapping? This is great. This is actually more information about this version of the game than I've seen before. So like there's text over top of graphics and stuff. I'm not going to read this all right now, but I am curious if it has music. Am I going to have to rank Zork 1 on Saturn? I think you have to. Let's see. I missed a comment somewhere. Oh, Adventure Josh said, oh, Atari 2600 Adventure to clarify since you played the OG Adventure. Got it. Yeah, I have never played the Atari game, and I've also never, like, learned much about it. I don't, like, is that inspired by the original? Like, I know it's a graphical game, but it seemed like it was maybe a similar type of adventure. The Sega Saturn with bangers like Zork 1 and Virtual Hide-Lide. Hide-Lide? Okay, I think I said that right. Already found it on eBay. Nice. Oh, I don't think I ever said this is Streambeats, which is a nice service that has stream-safe music. This is a chill beats playlist, and there's also a chiptunes one that I like. Atari Adventure is worth a play for anyone interested in gaming history. It's not long, but it is weird. That's great. I will have to check it out sometime. Don't think there's really anything about Atari Adventure that comes directly from Colossal Cave other than the general sort of sense of game concept morphed drastically to fit another shape. Got it. That's kind of what I thought, but again, I was never really sure. Okay, so we've got our sack, and importantly, we need to remember that we're in room 4. So we can go west, and now we're in 3. We can go up, and we're in 5, which at least has some items here. Oh, I could take this knife, but it made my sword glow. I don't want to, like, pick up a cursed knife. Can I take the lantern? I feel like the game objected to me taking the lantern. Take useless lantern. Your load is too heavy. Oh, okay. But maybe I could have used it as a mapping item. So if I run out again, I'll come back here. Okay. Let's go down. Oh, wait. Southwest. Okay. I did just remember that there are rooms in the beginning part of the maze where we didn't map out the diagonal directions ever. Oh well. Maybe it's fine. Okay, from here we can go up to room 10. And now... Wait. Okay, I picked up the sword. Okay, now we'll drop the matchbook here. This is our new matchbook room. We'll keep the sword. Always pick up the cursed items. I mean, I personally try not to. Ooh, Unsecret Crush says, I'm fighting a boss called Something Unto Death in Star Rail, and I'm scared. That sounds pretty scary. Vendor Josh says, you have to squint pretty hard to see it, like it's taking the idea of, oh, I find items and use them to solve problems, squished into a 4 kilobyte ROM on a 28 byte RAM machine. God, 128 bytes of RAM. That's... nothing. Okay, we're in 10, and we want to go west. This is a space we have not mapped yet. So we're going to call this 12. And we're going to save here. This will be a new save since we've changed a lot of things. Okay. Does east take us back? No, of course not. What about west? No? South? No? North. Dead end. Okay. So let's restore. Don't need a lot of RAM when getting things onto the screen doesn't really use RAM, but it's definitely impressive that they got it to play chess. Yeah, for sure. Okay, down? Oh, interesting. Okay, down took us to 5. But that's a one-way path. Up? Ah, that's how we get back to matchbook. Okay. Heck. This is so hard to map. Just writing up backwards, apparently. That's fine. Okay, restore. What did we drop here? Did I drop anything? I didn't. Okay. Let's drop the sack. And we didn't even number this. Well, I did, and then I erased it. 12 sack. Not to be confused with the bag. Okay. So up takes us back. North was a dead end, I think. I'm going to recheck. Oh god, southwest goes somewhere. I don't like it when the diagonals go somewhere. Hey, Maple Mystery, good to see you. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. We hit our follower goal, which is very exciting. Let's see if my special alert is going to play. Okay, there it goes. Oh, there's no music, though. I had music for it. Oh, the number is wrong. I originally set that up for when we hit 486 followers. And I guess the number was not being inserted dynamically. But I decided it was a fun GIF that we never actually got to see on stream. So I kept it around. Clearly I need to fix it. Last time we hit a follower goal, it didn't play at all. So this is a slight improvement on that. But thank you all for the follows. I appreciate all of you hanging out. And y'all should follow Maple Mystery too. Don't think you ever got this far in Zork. This is definitely farther than I got when I first played it as a kid for many, many, many hours. Okay. Oh, right. I dropped the sack here, and then I should have saved again after doing that. Okay. So, south, nothing. I keep repeating things, but that's okay. Better than getting lost. Shit. Where's east go? This is... I was hoping we were almost done with the maze, but we keep finding new rooms, and I'm increasingly terrified of how big this maze is. Also, I keep running out of room in different directions. Okay, let's go back to where we were. We don't want to go to new rooms just yet. Let's do north. That's a dead end. I'm assuming we can't go anywhere from here. Okay, south takes us back. Let's go. So that's dead end 3, our third dead end. Oops, all maze. Yeah. Also, it's almost 2. It's a problem. Where I got in Zork, I killed the troll. I got the platinum bar. That's a pretty good accomplishment, if you ask me. I got the skull because kids at camp told me what to do. Nice. I found the other way up to the surface. I think that's about it. Honestly, I'd say that's pretty good. At this point, I can't remember what treasures I found as a kid. I feel like I got at least a few, but I don't remember which ones. Also, like, I had completely forgotten about the skull until you just mentioned it. So there's probably a lot of things that I'll remember as I go. But yeah, like, I spent some time in this maze. I tried so hard to map it out, but I never found anything in it. Never knew what I was supposed to do with the treasures. You didn't read the manual? I think I never had access to the manual, which is weird because we had a legit copy. Yeah, like, that doesn't seem that surprising to me. I mean, I feel like probably a lot of people assumed the manual wasn't important. Like, I don't know what happened to, like, the box that came with mine or anything like that, but, like, I can imagine it wasn't necessarily that strange for the manual to just get tossed in the trash or something, assuming it wasn't important to keep around. Oh, your brother might have taken it. Gotta watch out for those brothers. Okay. So let's go back to the dead end. I just want to make sure we've checked everything here. Okay. Verify your dead ends. Ooh, up takes us back. Oh yeah, we knew that. And then down. Oh, right. Okay. I knew that, but I didn't write it down. Okay. Oh, brother, where art the manual? Okay, so now we have east goes somewhere new and southwest goes somewhere new. Let's start with southwest. And we'll drop a rope here. And we're going to call this 13. You're welcome. So the idea that I had a manual I could read and didn't is I don't buy that would happen. Got it. Oh, I missed your previous message. No, I read the manual for everything. I read the manual for Speak and Spell. I read the manual for our VCR. I read the manual for our lawnmower. Nice. Okay. 13. Okay. Save. Yeep. Okay. South. West. East. North. Northeast. Oh. Is this the bottom of the grating? It's gotta be, right? Oh, and we have the skeleton key! That's exciting. Well, we don't have the skeleton key right now, but we kind of know where it is. We can go get it. Thank you for the meep. Unfortunately, I don't have a meep sound. All we have is eep. Key-ish, yes. Keys open doors, it's true. Okay, so northeast took us to the grading room. Okay, let's back up. I want to find the path back to where we came from first. So, northwest? Southeast? Southwest? Up. Uh-oh. Oh no, what? What? Did my lantern go out? Not my lantern. It's not providing light anymore. That's really bad. That's its most important job. You are likely to be eaten by a grue. Yeah, we are. Oh no, you have walked into the slavering fangs of a lurking grue. You have died. Well, at least we got out of the maze. I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the maze. Let's see. Let's verify where we are. Okay. Okay. So, we're back here at our first room. I'm going to get us back to 10, and then I'll start dropping items again. We have to make sure we go through 5 and pick up the stuff there. But everything else I will not drop. Especially, we want to hold on to that skeleton key this time, now that we know where to use it. Okay. So, west. West again. Up. Takes us to the skeleton. Take the bag. Your load is too heavy. I knew that was going to happen just as I typed it. Adventure Josh says, my most vivid Zork memory was going to the attic. You are likely to be eaten by a grue. What is a grue? Game told me. I turned off the computer. A Zork fact that I really enjoy is that originally they were going to have you fall in a pit if it was too dark and you didn't have the lantern. But in the attic, that doesn't make sense because it's an attic. It's not a cave. So they came up with the idea of using a grue instead. Please no one ever tell me if that's not actually true. I'm pretty sure it's true. And it's a funny story. Okay. So we're going to have to come back here after I drop some items. That's fine. The bag and the... Oh, is this the bag we want from here? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Okay. So... down? No. Southwest. Okay. And then up. Okay. This should be room 10. I'm going to save here. Actually, well. Drop matchbook. And then, let's see. If I go northwest and we come back here, we're good. Wasted a turn there, but that's okay. I'm putting that into my true things box. Good. Okay. We don't have the bag. I'm not going to worry about dropping anything in 11. We'll just continue on to the new areas. So let's go west. So this should be 12, and we're going to drop the sack here like we did before. And then up. Okay, that takes us back. I just wanted to verify we did everything correct. Okay, down. Oh, down takes us back to 5, so we could actually do that, but I'm not going to worry about. Since the bag of coins is valuable, let's not worry about it right now because it's something that could get stolen anyway. So let's go southwest, and then this is where we left off. We were dropping the rope here. Okay, and we'll save again. Can make that a new one. Okay. So, like, I'm still concerned about the lantern, but hopefully this is enough to get us through this maze here. At least we can get to the grading. I think. So... we still didn't figure out how to get back. To room 12. Okay. So northeast is the grading room. Northwest? Nope. God. Southeast? Southwest. Okay. That's room 12. Southwest. Okay. I'm going to have to put 13 somewhere else on this sheet of paper. Let's start using the top half of the sheet of paper. You never know where to start. I guess I'll just put this here. 13. So southwest is the one that went back to 12. Okay. And then southwest is how we get there as well. Okay. So southeast was nothing. Northeast was the grading room. Shoot, where are we now? Rope room. Okay. And that was 13. Okay. 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 There's so much to keep straight here. North, can't go that way. South, can't go that way. West, can't go that way. northwest. Okay, that's something new. Don't want to explore that yet. Up, down. Okay, down goes somewhere. Okay, I think as much as I wanted to fully map this out tonight, I think we'll go to the grading, and if we can make it out of the maze and back above ground, we'll call that a victory for tonight and leave it at that. Okay. So northeast. I do want to figure out how we get back. Southwest? Yes. Great. No pun intended. Wait. Northeast, southwest. Okay, yeah. That does match up. Think for a second. Okay. So, you're in a small room near the maze. There are twisty passages in the immediate vicinity. Above you is a grating locked with skull and crossbones lock. Okay, before we go through this, I do want to check our other exits here. Oh, wait. Up and down. Oh, right. Okay. So. Open grating. Grating is locked. Unlock. Lock with skeleton key. Okay. Unlock grating with skeleton key. Oh no, what? Oh, that was the other thing that the skeleton has. Oops. Well, at least we have a quick way back there. So it's fine, actually. Okay. Southwest. Southwest again. Down. Okay. Take key. Take bag. Nice. Got them both. Now we want to go southwest. Up. So that's 10. From here we want to go west. Brown sack. And then southwest. Rope. And then northeast. Grading. Okay. Unlock grading with skeleton key. The grade is unlocked. Open grading. One more time. The grading opens to reveal trees above you. Up. Clearing. On the ground is a pile of leaves. Okay, we did it. Oh, and we can take our first treasure and put it in the treasure case. Okay, so we're back to... Okay, yeah, I didn't finish mapping the forest because it seemed like it was a bit of a maze situation. But I should be able to get us to the house one way or another. Sorry, I got eraser bits on my keyboard. Okay, so south a couple times. North of the house, okay. South again? No. East. Yeah, there we go. in. Kitchen. A small leaflet is on the ground. West. Living room. You're in the living room. There's a doorway to the east, a wooden door with strange Gothic lettering to the west, which appears to be nailed shut, a trophy case, and a closed trap door at your feet. Okay. I think the case is already open. Yeah. Put bag in case. Done. 5 points. Hooray! 55, 311 moves. I should have paid attention to how many moves I was at when our lantern went out. I'm guessing it was around 400. I remember when I said we had a year's worth of moves, and it was, excuse me, a decent amount after that we actually ran out of light. My complaint about the forest is it's not simple enough to be easy and not interesting enough to be worth my energy. Yeah. I'm with you. Okay. We did pretty good. We got quite a bit of exploring and mapping done. This is mostly underground. This is above ground. We also have the house in here causing chaos. I should have made that separate, but choices were made. This goes to the maze, and then this goes to some other areas. Oh, right, we have the mine we didn't fully explore, but I don't think there's too much more to the mine. I'm really curious how much more there is here. I remember some things. Like, I'm pretty sure we can eventually find a boat that we have to inflate. Oh, right, we found a pump somewhere. I think in the dam area. I don't remember where the boat comes from. But I think once we have the boat, we can go to the beach area and use it there and get... Like, we can ride the boat down the river a bit and get to somewhere new. I don't even remember how big that area is. But lots more to explore. I mean, we've only got 55 out of 350 points. So we've got a ways to go. Let's see, we found 2 other treasures, maybe? Two or three, I think. You know what? I want to do one more thing real quick. I'm just curious. If we actually did anything that affected the loud room. It'll only take a moment. Oh. The door didn't get closed behind me. Interesting. So maybe just finding another way out is enough to prevent that from happening every time? That's kind of cool if true. Okay, so north, east, east, east. Okay. Ah, okay, so we didn't solve the loud room. I remember I had like an association in my head between the loud room and the water from the dam, but I couldn't remember if like that ended up being true, that there was a connection between the two, or if it was just like something I thought was related as a kid. So it seems like it's probably the latter. Although maybe there's something else we can do. But alas, no bar for us right now. Okay. Thank you all for joining me on this venture. glad I decided to play this tonight because it was a lot of fun. I thought of it and I was like, man, that just sounds like fun, and I just want to do something fun tonight. And I definitely made the right choice. So I will keep playing this until we get through it on Fridays. Although if it seems like it's gonna take a while, we might take a break, just to get some world building in. Also, I might have a stream on Sunday, because then Secret Crush is doing Werewolf, and often I use that as an excuse to do a bonus stream. But I might also just be like, whatever, I'm going to play video games on my own. So we'll see. But Tuesday I'll be back for Maupiti Island. Even though it's MARCHintosh, I will be continuing my December game because I'm enjoying it so much. And I don't want to take a big break from it just because it's a different month. Silver says, HyperCard missed for MARCHintosh. I did consider it. There was a brief, I was trying to definitively decide what to play today. And I was like, what if I just played Myst? That's kind of tempting. I was a little bit tempted by it, but I feel like I want to do a little bit more planning before I really get into HyperCard games. So I decided to wait on that one. Probably not this month, but I will get to it eventually, and I am excited about it. So yeah, more Zork in a week is the plan. Let me figure out who we're going to raid here. I hope y'all have a great weekend. Let's see. As usual, oh my god, there's so many. I mean, first of all, I do follow too many people, but there are an awful lot of people online every Friday. Let me just peek in a couple streams here before we decide who we're gonna say hello to. Oh, that's pretty tempting. We could say hello to Sonnevel. That has been a little bit. The Fish Files. Warm up Dizzy. Oh, Dizzy. I've heard about Dizzy a lot. I've never experienced it. It looks interesting. Cobra Command is playing Final Fantasy VII. Ghoulbabe is playing Not for Broadcast, which is a FMV game that looks very interesting. We also have Okadrian has been playing Genshin Impact. He just started playing it for the first time, and it's been a lot of fun to watch his streams. That game is muted? Oh, Bilbo made me appreciate Dizzy in a way I never had before. Okay, I assume... Oh, nuts. Dizzy is nuts? Thank you, Pixel Turkey, for enjoying the text gaming along with everyone else. I feel like more people should play text games on Twitch. I know Sonneveld a while back was talking about it, but seemed concerned that it wouldn't be interesting enough for people to watch. We're gonna say hello to Sonneveld. Can't wait to get to Zork eventually. Nice. I'm excited to hear you're going to. Fish Files is something for Game Boy Color, apparently. Oh, interesting. Dizzy is definitely a sort of what am I supposed to be doing? Geez, these jumps are tricky game. Thank you all again. Hope you have a great weekend. Maybe I'll see you Sunday. But otherwise, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around.